it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
All right, well, welcome over, everybody. Thank you guys for enjoying the portal or just coming over here on your own. We are now going to be covering the state of South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes in the case of Christina Parcell. We are starting on day one, even though we're a couple days behind. It'll give us a chance to actually catch up and get to where we need to be. I do have the other stream up on my other screen for Megan Boswell. When her sentencing comes back, we'll be able to watch that or hear that. The Goose is here. She's still backstage. She hasn't made it on screen yet, but she did make it over. So thank you guys for being here. Like I said, so this is just a couple days ago, and they have it split up into two parts. So yeah, I have very minimal information about the case. Like I said, I remember when it all happened. I remember like the little bits of rabbit holes, but this is not a case that I'm overly familiar with, so I won't be able to give you a ton of backstory, which you guys seem to be okay with. We want to kind of do a blind watch, and we're going to watch the trial and see if we think that he is actually guilty of murder. I couldn't even tell you exactly how many charges the guy has. That's how much I don't know. So, but we'd already planned on streaming Megan Boswell's case, at least minimum up until the end of next week. So it kind of just makes sense. We'll go right into this one, and we can all determine our thoughts together as we go through it. Like I said, I know the players. I know a bit of the situation of the case, but I don't have any. I got nothing for you. You guys in chat, if you followed the case, you'll probably know more than I do about this one. So let me bring it up, and we'll go from there. And Sleuthie's here too. I'll just stick her on here. She can just stay muted if she wants to.
I am here.
Okay, so this is part one of day one. Okay, there's no sound.
Yeah, you'll have to go. It's like quite a bit. I want to say I was like halfway through. Or maybe, yeah, it was like I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll be like the real jurors.
One of the first things I wanted to just cover before we start getting into my ruling pertains to the media. And I did look at things, and again, like yesterday, I told you that, and he's not been tried yet. He's not a co-defendant. He's not an eyewitness to the actual crime. He basically found the body of his girlfriend, fiance, and he's going to be here testifying.
Can you guys hear that okay?
And it's my understanding he's testifying to
I can hear.
Reporting the murder, which is corroborated by the 911 phone call. And the investigator.
They're deciding if the boyfriend's past can come in.
He is a victim of harassment. He does have serious charges against him, but these are pending again, and he's innocent until he's proven guilty, and he will have a trial. Also, the Attorney General's office will handle this trial, not the Greenville Solicitor's office. He's not a cooperating witness.
Is that any better?
He's not providing any type of inculpatory, I guess, evidence linking the defendant to the crime. So they're not offering him in any way to like I said, to inculpate the defendant of any type of wrongdoing or for indication of guilt. Also looked at the State v. Smith, State v. Mitchell, State v.
Oh, I see what you're talking about, Sleepy.
Beasley or whatever.
Let's go up here. Let's get to the actual trial. Jurors wouldn't have heard any of that. We're going to be kind of like jurors, but we're still going to be able to hear anything that happens in the courtroom when the jury isn't allowed. So that is going to sway our opinion a bit, probably. Because the jurors, the jury gets kicked out for some of the. Okay, hold on. They cannot hear her. Do they have closed captions?
She just announces something. Like maybe his charges, and that's it.
Okay.
Thank you for promptly being here. I appreciate it. I had legal matters that I had to take up with the. Thank you for your service. Can you please swear the jury?
Please stand and raise your right hand.
Oh, that's what she's doing. She's swearing them in. That's all.
Okay.
54258 for burglary.
Oh, that's right. I do actually remember he had like something about having the weapon during a violent crime.
And a true verdict rendered according to the law and the evidence.
This is not the baby daddy on trial. This is baby daddy's best friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now the jury in this case, and I'll take a few minutes to tell you something about your duties as jurors and give you some instructions. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detail.
I'll tell you. So her boyfriend, her baby daddy's best friend, which is this trial, all of them were charged with something. So just an FYI, they all have cases, but they're all separate cases. And so
Instructions on the law, and those instructions will control your deliberations. The criminal case has been brought by the state of South Carolina, and I will sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. The state is represented in this trial by Solicitor Walter Wilkins and Jake Hofert. The defendant is represented by his attorneys, Mark Moyer and Andrew Moorman. The defendant has been charged by the state with murder, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, burglary first degree, harassment, and conspiracy. The charges against Zachary David Hughes are contained in the respective indictments. The indictment is simply the description of the charges against Zachary David Hughes. It is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to these charges and denies committing the crime. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless all of you unanimously find that the state has proven his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. South Carolina law makes the jury the finder of facts. You 12 alone are the finders of facts, and it will be your duty to decide from the evidence what the facts are. You will hear the evidence, decide what the facts are, and then apply those facts to the law I give you at the close of this case. That is how you will reach your verdict. In doing so, you must follow that law, whether you agree with it or not. The evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other items received into evidence as exhibits, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or stipulate. The same law that makes you 12 the finder of the facts makes me the judge of the law, and our rules of evidence control what can be received into evidence. When a lawyer asks a question or offers an exhibit into evidence and a lawyer on the other side thinks it's not permitted by the rules of evidence, that lawyer may object, and that simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of evidence. South Carolina law forbids a trial judge from making a comment to a jury about a fact in a case. Therefore, because it may be necessary for me to comment on a fact in applying our rules of evidence, it may be necessary for me to talk with the lawyers out of your hearing by having a bench conference while you are present in the courtroom or by excusing you from the courtroom. The purposes of these conferences is to decide how certain evidence is to be treated under the rules of evidence and to avoid confusion and error. I ask you, be patient during these breaks. Certain things are not in evidence. Statements.
you guys are saying that the sound is still not great. It's really loud on my end. So I just want to make sure before I keep going, is the sound okay for you guys?
It is from me, but I'm not down there.
Yeah, I know. It's always, sometimes it's weird because I can hear fine. It's good. Yes, sounds good for me. It's great for me. Great for me. Okay. All right, perfect.
Arguments, questions, and comments by lawyers representing the parties in the case are not evidence. Objections are not evidence. Lawyers have a duty to their clients to object when they believe something is improper under the rules of evidence. You should not be influenced by the objection. If I sustain an objection, you must ignore the question or exhibit and must not try to guess what the answer might have been or the exhibit might have contained. If I overrule the objection, the evidence will be admitted, but do not give it special attention because of the objection. Testimony that I strike from the record or tell you to disregard is not evidence and must not be considered. Anything you see or hear about this case outside this courtroom is not evidence unless I specifically tell you otherwise during the trial. Finally, some of you may have heard the terms direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. That is, it is proof of one or more facts from which one can find or infer another fact. You may consider.
Is that too fast? I put it at 1.25. If it's too fast, just tell me and I'll go back to regular.
Both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. In deciding what the facts are, you may have to decide what testimony you believe and what testimony you do not
You think it's too fast?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay.
believe. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it. In deciding what to believe, you may consider a number of factors, including the following: the witness's ability to see or hear or know the things the witness testifies to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness has an interest in the outcome of the case or any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness is contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial or by other evidence, and lastly, how reasonable the witness's testimony is when considered in light of other evidence which you believe. It is my responsibility to rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible. But once the testimony is admitted, whether or not you believe it is solely for you to determine. To ensure fairness, you as jurors must not talk among yourselves about this case or about anyone involved with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide your verdict. Do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the trial is ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you're a juror, but do not tell them anything about the case or discuss it until after you have been discharged as a juror. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. If someone should try to talk to you, please report it to me immediately. During the trial, do not talk with or speak to any of the parties, lawyers, or witnesses involved in this case. You should not even pass the time of day with any of them. It is important not only that you do justice in this case, but that you also give the appearance of doing justice. If a person from one side of the case sees you talking to a person from the other side, even if it is simply to pass the time of day, an unwarranted and unnecessary suspicion about your fairness might be aroused. If any lawyer, party, or witness does not speak to you when you pass in the hall, ride, the elevator, or the like, it is because they are not supposed to talk to you or visit with you pursuant to my instructions. Do not read any news stories or articles, watch TV about this case or about anyone involved with it, or listen to any radio or television reports, podcasts, anything of the like about this case, any social media, or about anyone involved with it. Do not do any research on the internet about anything in the case or consult blogs or dictionaries or other reference materials, and do not make any investigation about this case on your own. This is your duty as the jurors in this case. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you have gone to the jury room to discuss this case with your fellow jurors. Keep an open mind until then. I'm often asked about note taking. You are not able to take notes during the trial of this case, and the reason is that I want you to pay close attention to each witness as he or she testifies and not be fixated on taking copious notes. The first step in the trial will be the opening statements. The state in its opening statement will tell you about the evidence that it intends to put before you so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is going to be. Just as the indictment is not evidence, neither is the opening statement evidence. Its purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will try to prove. And after the state's opening statements, defendant's attorney may, if he chooses, make an opening statement. And at this point in the trial, no evidence has been offered by either side. Next, the state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The state's evidence in this case will consist of the testimony of witnesses and may include documents and other exhibits. I remind you that the defendant is presumed innocent, and the state must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant does not have to prove his innocence. On both sides, the state and the defense will each be given time for their final arguments. I just told you that the opening statement by the lawyers are not evidence, and the same applies to the closing arguments. They are not evidence. In their closing arguments, the lawyers for each side will attempt to summarize and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you're to use in reaching your verdict. After hearing my instructions, you will leave the courtroom together to make your decisions. I will inform you when you can begin deliberating. It is your added duty, Ms. Foreperson, to preside in the jury room and be the jury spokesperson here in court. It will also be your duty to write the verdict, but I will give you further instructions about that at the conclusion of the case. We will now begin the trial. State.
Your Honor, may it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walt Wilkins, and myself, along with Jake Hofreth, we are the prosecutors in this case. This is Detective Jared Sparkman and Master Deputy Blake Wolf. They're the co-lead investigators in this case. I want to thank you for your service and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this case to you. The state has the obligation to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard that you're going to hear from the judge. You're going to hear throughout your deliberations and throughout this trial. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a lot of folks in this courtroom right here that you see. So we are the prosecution. We represent the state. We have the honor of representing the state in this particular case. The defendant sits over there. That is Zachary Hughes, along with his attorneys, and they represent him in this particular case. But there's many more other individuals in this case. We have the court reporter. She's very important. She is taking down everything that we're saying, recorded, so we have a record of this entire case at its conclusion. And so that's what she'll be doing, and she'll also be marking exhibits. So if you see her over there writing on things, that's what she's doing. She's marking the exhibits in which we will identify things that we will be presenting to you for your review. This is Madam Clerk. She's involved with a lot of paperwork and handles all the evidence that we submit into the court. So she'll be handling all the exhibits that you will get to review upon your deliberation. And of course, we have the judge up here. And if you'll notice, the judge is a pretty important person. He's got a black robe. He gets to sit a little higher than the rest of us. And there's a reason for that, because he's the referee in this case. He's going to be calling balls and strikes. He's going to be telling us what the law is. And when one of the parties has an objection, he's going to say whether you're right or whether you're wrong. And because there are rules in this courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, the rules are officiated by the judge to make sure that we maintain the rules and decorum in this courtroom and the evidence is presented to you in the proper way. But the most important people in this room, ladies and gentlemen, are you. As the judge said, you're the triers of fact. You decide what the facts are. And the great thing about serving as a juror is that you don't leave your common sense at the door. You get to bring it with you in here. And you get to listen to the testimony that'll come right from this chair right here. And you get to look at the evidence that's presented in your deliberations. And you can see it along the way of how this case progresses. You'll hear different kinds of evidence. So the judge said you hear direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. They're both very powerful pieces of evidence. They can be used in any way in which you accept them. Direct evidence is simple. It's something that somebody can see, taste, or smell, something that they see. If you see somebody commit a violent crime, that's direct evidence that they saw that person there. Circumstantial evidence can be just as powerful. For example, if you look outside before you go to bed and you see your lawn nice and green, and you wake up and it's covered in snow and there are footprints walking through the snow, well, you know that somebody walked through your yard from the time you went to bed and the time you woke up. You don't know who it is, but you know somebody did because you can see footprints. You can derive information from that to form a logical conclusion. Another good example of circumstantial evidence is DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time, even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there, but the DNA shows that he was or she was there at a particular time. Very powerful circumstantial evidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the murder of Christina Parcell. And the state intends to prove that Zachary Hughes did, in fact, murder Christina Parcell. You have a number of charges that you're going to be deliberating on. You have harassment charges, you have a burglary first-degree charge, and you have a murder charge. Harassment is basically doing something that would intrude into the personal life of somebody, causing mental anguish. Burglary first degree means you went into somebody's home for the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is an angry heart. We have to show that Zach Hughes had an angry heart. He was mad. And you can derive that information from any of the testimony, any of the evidence that we have that we present to you. So in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about a number of characters. The main character is Christina Parcell. She was murdered on October 13th, 2021. And she was living in the Canebrake neighborhood with her sister, Tina Parcell, and Christina's daughter, Aida Mello. They were living in that neighborhood in a house in Canebrake. And Christina Parcell had been going through a very tremendous child custody dispute with John Mello since Aida was 3 years old. At the time, Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they've been battling custody over Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020 when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy, and Christina fought to get her back. And in April of 2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood. So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case? Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello. And they began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, to show that she's a bad mother. And as the custody dispute it elevated into a situation where custody might not go in John Mello's favor. And at that point, Zach Hughes made the ultimate decision. Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the indictments from the grand jury charging Zach Hughes with harassment and burglary first and murder. And the grand jury true billed these cases. They came out, and these are the charging documents. And while the defendant at this point in this case is certainly clothed in innocence, once you hear the evidence from that chair, you hear the evidence that's presented to you, you're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. He committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm making this court. The defense is going to defer opening until our case. Thank you. Which is your right.
So
Okay,
the defense
yeah,
isn't
go
going
ahead.
to. Yeah, the defense isn't going to do their opening statement until it's their turn to present their case in chief. So we just get the prosecutor. We just get the state side on this one. Go ahead. Did you want to add something to that?
Nope, I was going to explain what he said.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go with the defense now. So
Burglary.
he gets what was that?
Burglary is the other one. Harassment,
Yeah.
murder, burglary.
And then the weapon with a violent crime. And we do have confirmation that the news cameraman was taken into custody for 10 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then Hyatt said that Angela Boswell was actually arrested as soon as she got off the stand for outstanding
What?
warrant. Yeah. Just saying.
Wow.
We still have no sentence yet, but
Holy shit. What is happening?
okay. So we'll go with we're gonna go with first witnesses on the stand.
All right, Your Honor, the state calls Sarah Young.
Sarah Young. He showed the jury Mother of Dragons. They kicked the court TV cameras out of the courtroom. In the Megan Boswell case, just in case anybody gets confused. Yeah, it doesn't mean he'll actually be in jail for 10 days, but especially now that the court cameras also showed the jurors, and they had to take that stream down also. So
Please place your left hand on the Bible.
that be a drama.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Yeah, Rexy, today. Yep.
Please state your name for the record.
Sarah Young,
Ms. Young, with whom are you employed?
the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the 911 tape research analyst.
All right, and what is a 911 tape research analyst?
Essentially, we pull 911 calls for the solicitor's office and the officers.
And so how does 911 operate?
Essentially, when a 911 call comes into dispatch, dispatch determines whether or not which agency the caller is needing. So whether or not they need police, fire, EMS, they'll get information from the caller and they'll transfer them to the proper agency.
And are the calls recorded?
Yes,
And when do they begin recording the call?
automatically. As soon as someone calls in a 911, it automatically starts recording.
So while it's ringing on, say, the caller's side, it's recording on your side?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? And do y'all maintain all of those records?
Yes, sir.
Inside the 911 office?
Yes, sir.
And are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those your initials on there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is this?
That is a recording of the 911 call.
All right. Is this a recording of a 911 call on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And you have your records up there?
Yes, sir.
To help you remember?
Yes, sir.
It was a long time ago, wasn't it?
That it was.
So do you know about what time this call came in?
The call came in at 11 a.m.
At 11 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what number called it?
Yes, sir.
What number called it?
The number we have recorded is 864-436-2499.
And do you know who was calling? Does it tell you?
The caller did not give his name.
Caller did not give his name. And do you know what address that it was calling for?
Yes, sir. The address provided was 122 Canebrake Drive.
Do you know if that's in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 7 into evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, State's number 7 comes into evidence.
Now, the State would like to publish it.
County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
122 Canebrake Drive.
AJ, police, fire, EMS.
I'm sorry, I think I might have a debt.
Okay, let me connect you to.
Walked in my fiance's house, she wouldn't answer my call, there's a very weird smell, and I can't get her to come around.
Okay, let me
Laid all over the floor.
connect you to EMS, sir. Hold on just a moment.
All right.
EMS fire. What's the address of your emergency?
122 Canebrake Drive.
122 Canebrake Drive. And what's another street for Canebrake Drive?
I don't know, Southgate Drive.
Okay, in Greer.
Yes.
All right, the phone number
I
you're
couldn't
calling.
get I'm sorry,
The phone number you're calling from?
864-436-2499.
864-436-2499. And has anyone tested positive COVID-19 or been exposed to COVID-19 positive?
No, I just walked in, I can't reach my fiance, I came in the back door, she couldn't go there. I smelled some weird smell, I was like, she's brought out on the floor.
Okay, you smell a weird smell.
Okay, so FYI, it's very garbled. Like I can't make it ungarbled, so I do have the closed captions on. He's talking very fast. The stream itself is now back to normal speed, so this is how fast it is in the courtroom. And the 911 caller is her boyfriend named Bradley Post.
Is she flat on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, just one moment.
I think I said it, my little said it.
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay, then we need to get her, turn her over, make sure she's flat on her back, nothing under her neck. You have something to put over her nose and mouth, and we're gonna start CPR, sir.
Okay, I think she's gone.
You think she's gone?
Yeah.
Okay, and what makes you think she's gone?
No, that's the thing in the CPR.
I'm sorry.
What do I do? I don't
Well,
want
wait, we're gonna put her flat on her back, and then I'm gonna walk you through the steps to do that. If you think that she's, able to do the CPR, then we can. I have no problem walking you through that.
it looks like it's brain matter everywhere. It looks like there's something
There's
wrong.
brain matter everywhere.
It looks like maybe shot me out. I don't know.
Somebody had shot her? Okay, all right. All right, do you think that she's, not viable?
I don't think so.
Okay, so look, so tell me why you think she's dead.
So she won't respond.
You won't
Eyes
respond?
open.
Eyes are open? Okay, all right,
There's a lot of blood.
and a lot of blood, okay.
Yeah, anyway, the flowers, it looks like somebody must have come here.
Uh-huh,
The sunglasses were knocked off, it looks like in the hallway.
okay,
But the smell is very.
okay. All right, give me just a moment here, sir. Give me just a moment. So it looks like somebody may have broke in and shot her in the head.
Me, I don't know.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I'm sorry, say it again.
Somebody here now.
I've got some people coming, sir. It's, do you see anybody, still nearby, an assailant or anything? No?
No. The
All right.
front door was locked.
The front door was locked? Okay,
The back door was unlocked. I walked around, you really find my car.
yes,
I came over, and then I came back, I smelled this weird smell.
right,
And I walked in, I could see there's like a red spot.
yes. Okay, I have everybody coming. I'm sending the paramedics to help now. Stay on the line. I'll say exactly what to do next. Make sure to not, move anything, leave everything as it is.
Yeah.
And, if you can, go ahead and step out of the house, and that way, wait for the, paramedics and the police at the front of that. Yeah, I would go back out the way you came to, keep the scene as it is.
Yeah.
And then if they want to go through the front when they get there, then they'll let you know, but I'd go back out the same way that you came in
Okay.
and leave everything as you found it.
Yeah, I think it's coming out, I don't know if it's coming out on, I'm gonna leave it on.
Yeah, okay, leave it, just however it is right now, just walk out, you can let them know you didn't know if you turned it on or off, but just leave it as it is right this moment.
The same thing, really, really, really smell.
Oh, really weird.
Like this, yeah, almost, chemical.
Like a gas or a chemical? More like a gas smell?
No, it's more like something with just a pesticide.
A pesticide smell? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and get out the door and go to the front and wait for them at the front, of the house. Leave everything as it is. Is there anything else that I can do for you, sir?
No,
All right, I've got them all coming.
that's,
All right, thank you. Sir, this is the sheriff's office?
Is that the recording of your tree from 911?
Yes, sir.
Answer any questions defense counsel may have.
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Legal Lacey, you're not that lucky. Doesn't question her on it at all.
Yes, the witness be excused.
May be excused.
No questions by defense. He's got a nice little in his hair.
You know, the state would call Deputy Chris Robinson.
He doesn't seem too upset to be standing over his dead girlfriend.
I think we're going to get to see him too.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be testifying. No unnecessary questioning in South Carolina. Check. I don't know, Brittany. I don't know if he's actually, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know that about either one. All I know is that when all this went down, that the boyfriend ends up charged with CSAM and the baby daddy ends up charged with custodial interference and harassment. What happened with that, I have no idea. I know nothing beyond that. Oh, mommy was arrested for what? Ty what? That's crazy. She's so old.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so I hope you got it. Thank you.
For being so old and moving so slow that the jury was exposed.
Right. Hi, sweetheart.
Please state your name for the record.
Chris Robinson,
And with whom are you employed?
Greenwood County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your current rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Currently on uniform patrol.
And what does that entail?
Answer your day-to-day calls, 911 calls.
How long have you been with the department?
10 years.
I'm going to refer you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember getting a call to the Canebrake neighborhood?
I do.
How did you get that call?
It was just a call for service at the time. Someone called 911 and I responded to that address.
Where were you located when you got that call?
Pelham Road at the QT.
How far away is that to the Canebrake?
A couple miles, maybe.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
Now, did you go with your blue lights on, or did you
Absolutely. Just for the nature of the call, yeah, we responded, a license siren.
So what address did you arrive to? Do you remember?
I'm not 100% the exact.
122 Canebrake?
That would be it, yes, sir.
And so what happened when you got there?
So once I arrived on scene, I made contact with the complainant, Mr. Post. He was standing in the driveway. I was kind of briefly spoke to him, tried to figure out kind of what was going on. He told me that he arrived home or arrived to the victim's address when she wasn't answering her phone. So he said he went in the back door, was unlocked, and that's where he located her. So at that point, another deputy arrived on scene. So we decided to go in there and clear. We went in the back door. He said it was unlocked. They always leave it unlocked. So that's the way we made entry. Went inside immediately. As soon as we got inside, immediately smelled some kind of chemical odor. It was kind of unusual. We weren't 100% sure what it was. I could never figure it out, but we cleared the residence. I located Miss Parcell in the living room. There was blood all over the floor. Looked like there was drag marks on the floor where she was had been drugged by her feet or drugged somehow. She had multiple lacerations around her upper, her face or neck area.
All right, I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to take you back a little bit. Now, when you get out of your car, did you walk down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And what cars were parked there?
There were two cars in the driveway. They were kind of parked one behind the other. One, I think it was a Mercedes, was the back one. Not remember which one the first one was.
And where did you encounter Mr. Post?
He was in front of the first car closest to the house.
And then that's where did you obtain some information from him about what was going on?
Correct. Just like I said, the basic information about where he came home and he couldn't get her on the phone, so that's why he showed up.
And so your next item to do was to clear the house.
Correct.
And did you do that alone, or do you?
No, Master Deputy Brookshire was there. He went inside with me. We did it together because we didn't know what was inside or who else was inside.
So at that point, you have no idea what you're walking into.
Correct.
Is that standard procedure to have two individuals clear the house?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all in fact go and clear the house in this case?
We did. We cleared the entire house. Didn't find anyone else inside besides Miss Parcell.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it functioning properly?
Correct.
That day?
It was.
Have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That has my body camera on it. I signed it there.
Those your initials right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is this your body camera that you were wearing that day?
Yes,
When you made a call to 122 Cambridge?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, state moves Exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit A comes into evidence.
All right. Master Deputy, I'm going to show
Body
you this body camera, and we can start and stop it. I want you to kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you see
Okay.
as you're going through and you're clearing the scene with Officer Brookshire.
Yes.
I'm loving this so far.
So what is that there?
That's us arriving on scene, or me arriving on scene, to 122 Cambridge.
All right, and so is that the first time you saw this location?
Yes, sir.
And are those the two cars right there that you can see the silver one in the front,
Correct. Yes, sir.
and there was a red one behind it, I believe? All right, is that where you encountered Mr. Post?
Yes, sir, initially.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
He was making a phone call. I'm not sure exactly who he was on the phone with. And we're just I'm getting basic information from him, kind of figured out what was going on, kind of what he saw, and what.
Are you
kind of
gathering
like-
information from Mr. Post?
Yeah, just basic information, try to figure out exactly what we have.
Now you have audio on your body camera, don't you?
Yes, sir.
We're not playing the audio for these purposes.
Okay.
For
So
what
yeah,
purpose?
just basic information, trying to figure out, when was the last time he talked to her, things like that. I could see that he was, dressed nicely. He wasn't, there's nothing on him like where there's been a struggle or anything like that too. So he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. So it seemed like she was deceased, just according to his body language, if that makes sense.
And so where are you going down here? The side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is the back door. He said that that was always unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this is where we decided to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked. We had good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the
entry
door
to.
being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in. So I'm just talking to Master Deputy Brookshire here. We're just kind of talking back and forth about what we see inside the house, kind of what each other is going to do, kind of your primary job responsibility, and that's all standard.
And in clearing the house, what is the purpose of clearing the house?
One, to secure any kind of evidence, and also make sure there's no one else inside, maybe no other victims or the suspect as well.
So where is Deputy Brookshire?
He's to my right. He's holding on. There's a hallway on the right side of the
And
house.
so where did you just see right there?
Miss Parcells' body.
Okay, so that was the room where you found Christina Parcell?
Correct, in the front living room area.
And y'all continue to search the house for any suspects?
Yes, sir. We're just continuing to clear. I had him hold the hallway, and I kind of just moved up and cleared kind of behind him up to him. And then we started clearing the bedrooms down the hallway. we're just sitting there just kind of talking our way through this, kind of, hey, what do you see?
And are you conscious not to disturb any part of the crime scene as well, as best you can?
Correct. Try not to touch anything. Obviously, opening the doors or whatnot, we kind of have to push them open. But we're not kind of rummaging through anything or opening any drawers, or we're just looking for humans at this point. So the big areas where somebody could hide.
Just continue to clear the house.
Yes, sir. I believe that was the last bedroom that we cleared at that point. I believe I come out and we secure the house so nobody goes in or out.
Now, are you corresponding with other officers outside the house as well about what's going on? Are you reporting back to anybody?
Talking on the radio, just kind of letting them know what we have at this point, getting a supervisor on the way. They always respond to these kind of incidents.
Okay, it's annoying we can't see the video.
Yes, sir.
That's not the door you entered into.
No, sir. That's the front door to the residence that leads into the front living room area that Ms. Parcell was located in. At this point, I'm just checking to make sure there's no signs of life. If we need to render any kind of medical aid.
That's why they're not showing it to us, because they show her. Right, legal AC, yeah.
Any kind of weapons to make sure it wouldn't, she did it to harm herself too.
And then now are y'all exiting
The back door.
the back door? So it's about. So did you cut your body camera off about that time? Let me ask you this. That's about when you finished clearing the house.
Correct.
All right. Your body camera still continues to operate.
Correct.
Do you remember what you did after you cleared the house?
Went back and talked to Mr. Post, got some basic information, names, kind of the last time he spoke with her, things like that. And just waited on everybody else to show up.
Did y'all begin putting crime scene tape up?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of things.
Yes, sir. Just locking down the house, making sure nobody goes in or out, just to keep the crime scene preserved best we could.
And as far as Mr. Post is concerned, did he appear to have any blood on him, anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nicely that day. Sports coat, nice slacks.
You'll just answer any questions. Thanks, Councilman.
All right, cross-examination. Yeah, please report. Just curious, Deputy Robinson, at the time this happened, were you a master deputy?
I was.
You talked a little bit about some of the comments Mr. Post made to you after you arrived on scene. Testified to that in direct examination. I want to talk about some of those comments. Master Deputy Robinson, isn't it true that roughly about a minute, 25 seconds in to your body camera, Mr. Post told you that he was there every day, or practically every day?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he's moved in the body camera. There was no exception as it relates to the audio. The whole video and audio is in. Overruled.
So, if I remember correctly, yeah, I mean, he says he's there often.
Isn't it true that roughly at about 12 minutes and 45 seconds in, somewhere in there, Mr. Post told you that he did not at that point feel comfortable continuing to talk to you? Do you remember that?
I do when I was asking questions.
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a deputy Dan Petal, who might know more about the situation? Is that true? Do you remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly.
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there that day, isn't it true that Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Petal as someone who might know more about this case? Is that true?
Not about this direct case, but I guess he's been involved with the victim before.
At some point, was Mr. Post placed in the back of a patrol car that day?
He was. You know, he was the first one to find her, so standard procedure just to kind of detain him until investigators could arrive and speak with him.
And at the time, isn't it true that strike that. 1 second here. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect?
No redirection.
Thank you.
Well, so far we're going in order, which I appreciate.
It calls Bradley Post.
So this is the guy that found her, is her boyfriend, and is the next witness.
Correct. Yeah, Bradley Post. So I just put it in here. So Christina Purcell is the victim. Bradley Post, who's about to testify, is the victim's boyfriend. He's charged with CSAM and is the one that found her. John Mello is the victim's ex and her daughter's dad. He's charged with custodial interference and harassment. Zachary Hughes is this gentleman here who is charged with the murder of Christina Purcell and is John Mello's best friend. This is in Greenville, South Carolina, correct? So that should somewhat help, like, kind of piece together everybody. Bad child stuff, Chancey. That is found during the investigation, so he ends up arrested on like the 19th. And if whatever's happened with those cases, I have no clue. So I don't know if charges have been added or charges were dropped. That's just what I know from when the case actually all happened. He's the baby daddy's friend. Yes, this guy right here, Zachary Hughes, is baby daddy's friend. There's text messages between him and baby daddy talking about how they're going to harass Christina into giving up custody of her daughter.
And this guy, I don't think he's gone to trial yet. I think that's who they were talking about in the beginning.
Yeah, that's the one that's about to take the stand. Bradley Post,
Yeah.
boyfriend, Sam. Okay.
Can counsel approach real quick?
Oh, now counsel's approaching. I didn't need to pause it, I guess. I could have just talked through that. Oh, he's not. He's looking worse for wear. It is a clusterfuck. Yes. So there's 3 guys, and then she's the victim. I don't know that, Ems. He has not aged well. That's the same guy? Okay, talk about no lips.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Bradley Post.
Good afternoon, Mr. Post. Where do you currently reside?
Greenville County Detention Center.
And have you been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Do you know the victim in this case, Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We dated and were engaged on and off about 6 years.
And about when did y'all start dating?
2016.
And in 2016, where were y'all living?
I was living at my house in Rivoli Lane. She was living in her house or apartment. I don't remember what she had at the time.
Were you aware of a child custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes.
And was this custody dispute ongoing from 2016 up until 2021?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the child custody dispute?
I would listen to her talk. Sometimes I'd assist her to go to an attorney, whatever, but, she'd just tell me about what it was.
Was it contentious?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Was there a lot going on in it?
Yes.
Was John Mello fighting very hard from his perspective?
Yes.
And Christina was fighting as well?
Yes.
Now, do you know where Christina was living on October 13th, 2021?
On Cambridge Drive.
Is that 122 Cambridge?
Yes.
And do you know who was living at that house at that time?
Yes.
Who was living there?
Her sister and her daughter and her.
Okay, what is her sister's name?
Tina.
Tina Parcell?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to go to that house?
Yes.
And would Christina Parcell go to your house on Ravoy Lane?
Yes, sometimes.
And what kind of car was Christina driving at that time?
Lexus.
And who owned that car?
It was mine.
All right. Did you offer her to be able to drive that car?
Yes.
And did Christina Parcell have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you assist her with the payments on that cell phone?
She had actually 2 cell phones. She had her own sometimes and mine also. Yes.
Did y'all communicate
Yes.
between those 2 phones? Do you know about when Christina moved to Cambridge?
I would have to think about it. I'm thinking maybe April, May, somewhere in that time frame.
And did you have the occasion, as part of the child custody dispute, did Christina Parcell have to go to Italy?
Yes.
And do you know the circumstances surrounding why she would have to go to Italy to get her
Yes.
child? Can you tell the jury what your understanding of those circumstances were?
Mr. Mello kidnapped the daughter and left the country.
Do you know about when that was? If you can't remember, it's not.
It was probably 6 months before April.
Okay.
Whatever that works out to be.
Okay, and as a result of that, what did Christina do when Aida moved to Italy with John Mello?
She found out where he was located. She contacted her congressman and the State Department and the FBI.
And did she attempt to obtain the return of Aida back to the United States?
Yes.
How did she do that?
Through the State Department. I think it was the Hague Agreement.
And did Christina actually fly over to Italy?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
Twice.
And were you assisting her and helping her throughout this process?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you helping her?
Some, but she was receiving contributions and reimbursements from those organizations that help women like that.
Women obtain the return of their children who've been
That's correct.
taken abroad.
Yes.
And so did you emotionally support her? Are you involved? Did she tell you what's going on?
Yes.
And so, do you remember did Christina ever get the return of her daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
April, May timeframe of the year.
Of 2020.
I'm going to pause it real quick. The jury has a question in the Boswell case, so I'll bring it over real quick. I know that we're going to go back and forth here, and people are probably going to get frustrated with that, but I just want to see what they're saying.
So
Probably not even saying anything. Something about the form.
This one, they do not find the aggravating factors. They can't pull this one.
He said something about the aggravated
This one. On the aggravating factors.
on the aggravated one. Trying to get to where they actually determine what they're going to do about it, but I don't know if they've done that yet.
what I'm going to say, if you look at,
Does it seem really loud to you? That seems really loud to me now. We did, Lacey. We portaled back to Megan Boswell.
page where I have my signature, where I had to sign the instructions. The very last sentence says, take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially, complete one of the two forms. I'm going to say yes, and then I'm going to say complete one of the two forms for each count.
That's good to me. Okay.
Sound good to you?
I don't think it's really that important. I think they're just fixing something on the form. Gosh, it's so loud. And we struggled to hear this judge the entire trial, and now it's like he's screaming at us. Jeez.
I don't need a notebook. Well, yeah, I do. I got to put it in there. All right. We'll have to bring the jury in and I'll read them this supplemental instruction to answer the question. And I have to staple the actual handwritten question to the back of the. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Everyone stand, please.
Show the jury again. Showing the jury again. Look at 3 of them again.
Maybe seated, thank you.
What?
Okay. Supplemental instruction number 1. Members of the jury. Each instruction to you or response by the court to any request from the jury is required to be reduced to writing. You are not to place undue
Oh, and then they canceled the stream because they did it again. They just literally stopped right in the stream. This is so ridiculous. Done. They just got rid of it. It's gone. Right when we're about to actually hear the part that we wanted to hear, he gets rid of it. All right, I don't know. They're just fixing the form, so I guess I'll find another stream where they bring it back. That is so stupid. That is so ridiculous. How did these guys not have... Let's bring the jury in. Everybody stand up. I mean, there's ample time here for everybody to figure out what the fudge is going on and turn off the camera. Well, let me see if they have a new one up yet or not. What in the hell is wrong with these people? They haven't started a new one yet. Let me see if another channel has it. What a cluster. That was WBIR. But I mean, it's the court feed, so I don't know. I mean, they deleted that stream, so let me see if WJHL. I hate to go back and then go back over here. So they're just fixing the form. So I'm gonna let it go. And then if I find something that's important, I'll let you guys know in chat. Let's go back over to Zachary Hughes. This is once again Brad Post, Christina Parcel's boyfriend at the time, and he is the one who found her. All right, well, let's go back to this one.
21, yes. Remember when that was?
April, May timeframe of the year.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you tell us what you did that day, starting in the morning?
Well, she had a job interview and
She is Christina Parcell?
yes, Christina Parcell had a job interview. Typically, when she had something critical, I would call and try to make sure she was up. And she was. And then when she was driving to the interview, she called me and we talked for a while. And then she was a couple of minutes from her interview, and so she hung up.
As far as you know, did she go to that interview?
Yes.
And then when she was at that interview, what did you do?
Generic things, common things around the house, had to clean up and do laundry and dishes and things like that.
And then did you ever attempt to contact Christina?
Yes.
About when did you attempt to try and contact her?
I think it's around 11 o'clock plus or minus somewhere in there.
And so how did you do that?
By phone?
And were you successful?
No.
So as a result of your unsuccessful attempt to contact her, what'd you do?
I thought I should probably go over and see how she's doing.
And did you do that?
I did.
How did you get there?
I drove my car.
What kind of car did you drive?
Mercedes.
Is it red?
Yes.
When you drove over there, where'd you park it?
In their driveway.
And when you arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. And I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson. Did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people
And
there.
the door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went to the front door. No, they might have went to the back door. That's right.
And is that the door that you used to enter
Yes,
the house?
yes.
Okay, so you did enter the house?
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
And so what did you do when you walked inside the house?
It was dark, quiet, and so I walked back to, down the hallway to see if she was in the bathroom or the shower, and it was all dark. And I looked on the floor, and right at the entrance of the living room and off that hallway, there were petals from like a rose. And as I looked into the room, and I saw her on her back.
And when you saw her on her back, was there a lot of blood around the room?
Yes.
What did you do?
I walked over and yelled at her and then called 911.
And when you called 911, what were you requesting?
I told them who I was and where I was, and we needed, I guess, an ambulance or and the police assistance.
At this time, on October 13th, did you know where John Nola was located?
I assumed he was in Italy.
All right. Mr. Post, I'm going to show you some envelopes. I'm going to refer you sort of back to around June of that same year, 2021. And I'm going to show you some envelopes and ask you if you recognize these envelopes. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. I want to make sure the jury can hear me, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to stand this way. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how you came in contact with this document.
It was mailed to me.
Say it again. I think
It was mailed to me.
Okay. And is your name on it?
Yes.
And the return address is a P.O. box. Whose P.O. box is that?
It's also my PO box.
And when about was it mailed to you?
June 30th. June 30th.
Did you receive other envelopes as well?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how that happened.
Be a little more specific.
So tell this jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it, and did you receive other envelopes? Question.
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was very suspicious, with my return address. And I looked at it, and then I called my attorney.
Why did you call your attorney?
Because of the contents inside.
Can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcell. And if I remember right, there was a mailing list of which would kind of indicate that they were going to be sent also to those locations.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Is that a similar envelope as well?
Yes.
And did you open all these envelopes?
No, I did not.
On State's Exhibit 2, what is the address that it was mailed to?
It was mailed to me, but my name was misspelled.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3. Another envelope.
Yes.
And is it a similar envelope to the other ones that you received?
Yes.
And what is the address on that?
I'm 24, it's 25. It was my neighbor's.
So 25 is your neighbor's house.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. You recognize that envelope?
Yes.
Where was that envelope?
It was sent to an establishment that I spent a lot of time with.
And what is the return address on there?
It's mine.
How did you obtain this one if it was sent to another establishment?
I had known since the very first one that others may be sent to people. And so since I knew the owner very well, I told him that he may be receiving an envelope with those dimensions. And I said, if he does, I'd appreciate a call back.
And State's Exhibit 5. Is that another envelope?
Yes.
And what is the address there?
My address.
And the return address is?
My PO box.
And State's Exhibit 6.
Yes.
What address is that one?
It's 22, which is another neighbor.
So after you received and collected all of these envelopes, what did you do with them?
I talked to my attorney and we set up a meeting.
All right. And after you talked to your attorney and set up a meeting, what did he suggest y'all do?
That we would meet with the county investigator, we did with Mr. Bevel, and also to talk to the post office since they were sent through the mail.
And did you in fact have that meeting with law enforcement?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Was to give them what we call evidence, or the things that we were sent, and ask them what we should do next.
And were you in essence filing a complaint with law enforcement for a potential crime?
I don't understand the question.
Were you going to law enforcement in an effort to give them evidence of a potential crime?
Yes.
And when you're meeting with law enforcement, you say Detective Daniel Bevel and Mike Nicholson with the Postal Inspector's Office. Did you tell them how you obtained these items?
Yes.
And did you discuss who you thought might send them?
Yes.
And who did you tell law enforcement that might send these photos or had possession of these photos?
We thought we knew who, of course, was behind them, but we weren't sure who sent them because he was supposedly out of the country.
So who did you tell the detectives had possession of those photos of Christina Parcell without any clothes on?
Mr. Mello.
That's John Mello?
Yes.
And that is who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Ida Mello?
Yes.
Now, finally, Mr. Post, I'm going to ask you, have you ever met Zachary Hughes?
No,
Have you ever talked to Zachary Hughes?
no,
Have you ever corresponded him with, in any way, shape, or form, through email, social media, or the like?
no.
When was the first time you knew who Zachary Hughes was?
When my attorney sent a meeting to come see me, and he showed me a picture and said this person was arrested for the murder.
For the murder of Christina Parcell?
That's correct.
And a couple more questions, Mr. Post. You and Christina Parcell were engaged.
Yes,
Did you give her a diamond ring?
I did.
Was she wearing it that day on October 13th, 2021?
Yes,
And on that day, did you provide her or give her any flowers the day before or that day?
no,
Didn't give her any roses or anything like that, did you?
no.
Mr. Post, did you just answer any questions that the defense counsel asked for you?
Thank you, Honor. So, Mr. Post, just first question, you just mentioned that you were engaged and that she was wearing the ring. Do you remember telling law enforcement on the day this happened that she wasn't wearing a ring?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, you don't recall saying that?
No.
You remember, now you're saying you remember seeing her with the ring?
Yes,
Okay. You were also asked if you've been charged with a crime. It's actually 9 charges, is it not?
correct.
Ask you about some background questions about yourself. So how old are you?
69,
What's your date of birth?
12856,
And where are you from?
Ohio,
When did you move to South Carolina?
July of, I think, 89.
What brought you to South Carolina?
Employment.
Are you married?
Was I married at the
Were you
time?
married?
Yes,
And how many times have you been married?
twice.
Do you have any children?
No,
How were you making a living in October of 2021?
I was retired, so it was from my investments and interest.
And also from selling a business?
Yes,
Okay. And did you make a lot of money from selling the business?
I don't know what your definition of a lot of money is.
What's your definition? I mean, did you have millions of dollars?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
All right, so when did you actually meet Christina Parcell?
I met her at her father's cigar shop. Gosh, I can't, 20 years prior.
And you actually dated for a period of time back then?
Again, that's the definition of date. Yes, we went to lunch or dinner, but it was only a couple of weeks and that was it.
And why did you all break up at that time?
It just, wasn't chemistry and we both had other things to do.
All right, and then you reconnected then in about 2016, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you began dating again at that time?
Soon after.
Had you seen her much in the years between?
No.
Had you seen her at all?
Prior 10 years, no, I hadn't even hear her name.
And then you began dating at this time. Now, Ms. Parcell had a daughter at that time, is that right?
That's correct.
You already testified her name was Aida. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how old was Aida when they began dating?
I don't know if I defined it when I dating, but when I saw her for the first time in 2016, I think she was 3.
And she gave up custody of Aida shortly after y'all started dating?
I don't know the exact date, but she did change the custody arrangement.
And you at this time did not know Aida's father, John Mellon? Correct.
I knew of him because I was told, but no, prior to coming, no, I didn't.
Prior to meeting or getting back together with Ms. Parcell, you did not?
Correct.
know Mr. Mellon. Okay. And did you break up during the period of time between 2016 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times would you say you broke up?
I really don't know many.
Okay.
More than 5?
Maybe not. Somewhere I never counted it.
And that was at least in part because of the turbulence that was caused by the custody battle between Ms. Parcell and John Mello.
It was part of it because it was becoming front and center of her life, so it affected a lot.
Okay, but you would continue to get back together. There's multiple times you broke up.
Eventually, yes.
Yep. And how long had you lived at 24 Rivoli Lane?
7, 8 years.
And you mentioned Ms. Parcell and Ida were living with her sister, Tina, on Canebrake Drive.
That's correct.
Where did they live before that?
There was an apartment off of Woodruff.
And the 3 lived together there too?
Yes.
And did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli Lane?
No.
Lived there alone. Was it, I guess there was one exception that when Ms. Parcell moved in with you from October 20 until Ida returned?
She didn't really move in. She would stay with me because she always had a house or an apartment that was hers.
When did you and Ms. Parcell get engaged?
Honestly, don't remember.
And did you remember getting engaged at least the second time at the airport, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when Ms. Parcell returned with Ida.
That's correct.
And there was quite a group around there when you got engaged, right?
That's correct.
Who all was there?
Friends, her parents. You know, some of the friends I knew, some of the friends I didn't.
Okay, and this was the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport?
That's correct.
Okay, when Ms. Parcell returned from Italy with Ida.
Yes.
You mentioned letting Ms. Parcell use your Lexus. You would help her financially in other ways as well, right?
She used my car when hers was broken, or she needed to get one because she had her own car.
And you would pay her credit card bill sometimes?
Sometimes.
You actually gave her a credit card of your own?
Yes, whenever she was buying for me and buying my groceries, yes.
Okay. Do you recall being able to have power of attorney over her bank account at the bank and travel address?
I don't recall giving power of attorney.
You don't recall having her power of attorney?
I don't recall it.
Now, you had a clone of her phone as well, correct?
That's correct.
So this phone that you had of hers would keep track of everything that was going on in her phone. In other words, it was an actual clone. You could see her incoming and outgoing emails and texts and all of that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see. It was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also you would use an app called Life 360 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your phone. That wasn't on so the clone phone was for keeping track of what she was doing with her.
It might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. Just like I said, she had 2 phones at several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and forth by texting and that sort of thing?
Call, text, email.
Okay, do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal, knowing that her future, with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen. And so we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
Okay. And you mentioned that Ms. Parcell gave up custody of Ida a few months after y'all started dating?
Yes,
And she gave up custody to John Mello?
that's correct.
And then at some point, she changed her mind and decided she wanted custody, correct?
Yes.
And around how old was Ida when she did that?
When she turned over the custody,
No, when she
I think you already told us that Aida was 3 or 4, I think 3 when she gave up custody.
Yes,
How old was Aida when she tried to get custody back?
I don't recall.
Was it years, months after she gave up custody?
I don't recall the time. I just remember the instances that caused her to do it.
Okay, and that was because of her contentious relationship with Mr. Mello.
Yes.
Now, when John Mello took Aida to Italy, testified somewhat about that already, but that was around October of 2020, correct?
I think so, but I'm
Does
not
that sound
sure.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Does October 2020 sound right?
Yeah, I'd have to get a calendar and work backwards, but yeah.
And you mentioned that when she finally came back, it was in April
Yes.
of 21.
Yes.
And they were in the Canebrake house at that point?
No, I think they were in the apartment and then moved to the Canebrake house almost immediately.
Okay. Now, you used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that?
Afterwards.
Right.
But not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return her.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crimes.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
Okay. But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Purcell was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. He was
Has
exonerated.
everything to do with it.
He was exonerated for having taken Aida to Italy because he had custody of Aida. Isn't that true?
Ask your question again.
Your objections outside the scope of his knowledge.
This is what they were asking. So John Mello had custody of Aida when he took her to Italy.
Yes. But that didn't mean she could be taken out of the country without the mother knowing.
Okay, well, you know, the court's exonerated him for that.
But you know that the Hague Agreement returned her.
Well, I'm talking about in South Carolina.
Mhm.
So for him taking Aida to Italy, since he had custody, he was exonerated for having taken her to Italy.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when he took her to Italy, you and Ms. Parcell spent some time trying to find where they were by looking at Facebook and Google and things like that. Is that right?
The context of what you're saying, I don't agree with, but yes, it was quickly found where he was.
Okay. Well, you can explain the answer if you need to.
Mr. Mello likes to use Facebook, and he posted a picture of his daughter to kind of show off that he had her in Italy. In the background, there was a poster that showed where he was.
Okay. And then at that point is when Ms. Parcell took all the steps that you talked about trying to get her to go back.
Hey, sorry, I'm going to interrupt really quick with an update on Megan Boswell. She was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 51 years. I cannot find a feed. I don't know if you guys found a feed or not, but I cannot find a feed to show it. But she was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 51 years. FYI.
Correct?
Correct.
And you did mention that you helped her with that.
When I could.
And you were helping pay her legal bills. And I know you had an agreement where she was going to eventually pay you back, but you were giving her money for attorneys.
From times when she needed it because she was working.
Okay. She made 2 trips to Italy. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the first time she was gone a couple of weeks.
I don't recall being that long, but it was more than a week.
And Lutina, her sister, went with her the first time.
Yes.
And then the second time she went back by herself.
Correct.
And that's when she returned with Aida. And then you proposed to her.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a little bit about the packages. State's Exhibit number 1 is the one that's dated the 30th of June of 2021. And that's the first one that you received, is that right?
I think so. I just have to look at the dates, but yes, the earliest.
Okay. This was mailed to your house. And there also were some that were mailed to other locations, but intended for you. Is that right?
I don't think it was immediately, no. That was sent like a warning.
Okay. Well, that was sent first, but where was the other one sent that was intended for you?
To my neighbors and to a place that I frequented.
Okay, that was a cigar bar called Outlands?
Yes.
Okay. The contents of that have been described, you described as some photographs of Ms. Parcell.
Yes.
And you said they were naked photographs, right?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the other materials that were in there?
I think there was a like a potential mailing list of where else it was being sent, like a threat.
And do you recall one of the pieces of paper that was sent to you being a website purportedly from her?
I don't recall it was there, but I was shown that it was.
Okay. And it's a website labeled Escort Advertising and Discussion?
I don't know.
Did you not look at it at that time?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. Were you aware of all of this about her past when?
What are you referring to her past? It was the pictures that Mr. Mello had taken that they were using.
We're talking about the website.
Same thing on the website. I was told it was the same pictures.
That was what you were told.
That's what I was told.
Okay. Well, the website doesn't have pictures associated with it, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Did you read the contents of it?
No.
Why did you not read those? Why did you not read the information that was in the package that was sent?
Because I knew it was a threat. He was constantly trying to separate us and get me to not assist her.
A moment, please. I mean, we approach. Sure.
Okay, so why they do this, let me just explain what's going on with the Megan Boswell case. So they sentenced her to life with the possibility of parole after 51 years just on the murder charges. And they're going to discuss how to merge those together. It's not going to matter because it's still going to be 51 years, but they're going to figure out like what they're going to do with that. All the other charges for Megan Boswell will be sentencing will be decided on May 22nd at a separate hearing because the jury doesn't decide those. So. She should not be coming up for parole before then. The photos were sent out. Okay, so now we're back to Hughes' trial. The photos were sent out prior to her death.
Nothing else for this witness at this time, Your Honor. Thank you. Anything from the staff?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
This witness may step down.
Yeah, she'll get time served.
May it please the court, we just want to have this witness remain under subpoena. Yes, sir.
No objection.
because she'll be 69 when she's eligible for parole. But they're not going to be able to, they can't charge her separate, or they can't sentence her separately for the 2 felony murders and the first-degree murder. So they'll just merge all those charges into one sentence, essentially. Okay. I'll be right back, you guys.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Jocelyn McInnes.
All right, Ms. McInnes, with whom are you employed?
Right now with Fetch Pet Insurance.
And what did you do back in October of 2021?
I was working at Valley Walk Animal Hospital as practice manager.
And what does a practice manager do?
Just manages day-to-day operations, hiring, firings, inventory, stuff like that.
And where is that practice located?
In Greer, South Carolina.
And on October 13th, 2021, did you have the occasion to interview Christina Parcell?
Yes, I did.
Do you know about what time she arrived and you interviewed her?
It was 8:30 that morning.
And how do you know that?
I did watch the video footage, verifying it, but I also had it on my calendar from back then to verify too.
So yeah, so the actual interview was interviewed from inside y'all's cameras?
Yes, it was.
And you went back and reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
And so what time did Christina Parcell arrive to the veterinary clinic?
Right around 8:30.
All right. And what was she interviewing for?
For a veterinary technician role.
And what does a vet technician do?
Basically like what a nurse does for a doctor, just draws blood, vaccines, stuff like that.
And about what time did that interview conclude?
She left at 8:47.
That's all I have for this witness.
Anything in cross?
Just very briefly, Ms. McInnes, is that right?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions for you. Was that a full-time position that she was interviewing for?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were you aware that she was already employed?
Yes, I was at the time.
Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked her.
Okay. Do you know why she was looking for another job?
I didn't ask her that.
Okay. But it was a full-time position that she was looking for.
Yes.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor, and she can be released from proceedings. Anything else? No, Your Honor.
So she was just a proof of life witness.
We are going to stop and have a lunch break, and I'm going to ask for y'all to return at 2 o'clock. I told you I'm going to be a broken record, but just like I said yesterday, you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, doing any kind of investigation, any research of anyone involved in this case by any means. You're not to look at any social media. I told you yesterday, if you've got notifications on your phone, hopefully you've turned those off, but please do so. And I just respectfully ask that. As I told you, I am going to randomly ask if you have had watched or seen anything during the course of this trial. Again, I remind you, it is important to the integrity.
Okay, let me
of the
find
trial,
part
the
2
justice,
of day 1.
fairness to the defendant.
Okay, this is pretrial motions. Wait, that's day 2. Where's part 2 of day 1? Day 1, part 1. Where's part 2 of day 1?
What's the one to the right of that? Did you say?
That's pretrial motions.
No.
And then, so where's the second part of the first day?
I'm about sick of all their shit. All of these people's. We may have to. Oh my God, I hope it's on somewhere else. Why would they take it down?
Do you have it?
Let me look. I don't have it. I was watching it on here. Hold on.
Okay. Let me see. You think there was a tech issue for real? All right, hold on. Let me see if they say
As
anything.
I told you, I am going to randomly ask if you have had watched or seen anything during the course of this trial. Again, I remind you, it is important to the integrity of this trial, the
Nobody bothered to.
and fairness to the defendant and the state that you only consider evidence which comes in through this courtroom. And again, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves until I tell you that you can do so, okay? I hope you enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
God, that judge is so kind. He's like, okay. Um, okay. You don't think there is a part 2 of day 1?
I really hope not. Like, I wouldn't have even started it if I knew there wasn't no part 2. Like,
I mean,
I see pretty lies and alibis.
okay, so did she stream day 1? And is there anything after that? Because it doesn't really make sense that they don't have. I mean, here's part 2.
For her?
I mean, here's day 2, not part 2.
So day 1. Why is her day 1 only 43 minutes?
Because maybe she just did the pretrial.
Oh, wait. Live stream, Roseped afternoon session, but it doesn't say day 1.
Okay, hold on. Part 1.
And it was streamed yesterday, so I don't think that's it.
I don't see. Hold on. Somebody said. Who said Marshall said day 2 starts with day 1? I guess that would be weird. I think they added it as day 2.
Maybe they fucked up the. Well, try day 2 and see what they say. See what he says.
All right, let's see. I mean, this is an 8-hour stream, so it just doesn't. Okay, so let's see what the defendant's wearing. He's wearing a blue suit with a blue tie. What was he wearing on the other one?
A blue suit and a blue tie, I think.
Where'd you park it?
In their driveway.
Okay, that's interesting.
Well, unless he's wearing the same thing every day.
I mean, they can't really add it if they're doing it live. You can't really add the day before in.
Postings that were included, were there not?
Well, they could have streamed it like before the day started.
You remember when you looked at the packages though, do you remember seeing the website?
See what the judge says, if anything.
Okay. Turn it up. Somebody said another chat. Broken Baker has afternoon day 1. Let me see. Broken Baker.
I'm not even seeing his stream at all. I didn't know he was watching this. Oh, So go down.
Hold on, let me go.
Day 1 morning, day 1 afternoon. Go down. Yeah. Down.
Down?
Left. Left. Right there.
All right, let me see.
Doesn't that say day 1 afternoon?
I don't know. Is this Broken Baker? I don't know who this Broken Baker person is. Are they going to get pissed if I show their
He's
stream?
great. I can send him a message because I guess we just need it for this one, right?
I would
for the
assume
afternoon.
so, yeah. But I don't know why. I mean, it's just weird.
I'll send him a message. Maybe something happened.
No, because day two has 8 hours.
So it's a full day.
Yeah. So I don't know how. Okay, Marshall's saying that day 2 starts with day 1. I'm going to go back to it, but I guess we'll compare it and we'll see.
Yeah, because now you have his to see. And then if it's not the same, then I will send him a message.
Okay. Does Zachary wear something different in the afternoon? Let's see if we can find Zachary. That just, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but who knows? You can't track what these freaking people are doing anymore. Their streams are a disaster. I can't even find him again. That guy in red. Yeah, he's still wearing that same outfit. Okay, so first witness on the stand for day 2. Let's just do it this way. Is this lady? Okay, now let's check out his stream and see who the first person on the stand is. No, it's this lady. It is not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same. So I'll
It's not
send
the
you
same.
a message.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to, I already have to deal with fucking murder sheet when it comes to copyright strikes. I don't need to piss off somebody else. And I have no problem sharing the link to the channel and whatnot.
Is he live right now?
Probably. He's probably streaming today's. If he gets mad and he wants me to take it down, I'll just take it down. I'll just edit it out or whatever. I don't know. But you can go in his chat, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to.
Okay. I mean, that's weird. Why does he have it? So then Law and Crime took it down? Well, after all the shenanigans today, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he has to know the Muffin Man, Thomas. I think it's a given at this point.
I just commented on his live.
Okay. He streamed it from Court TV. I don't even see Court TV having the entire. I don't even see them having the entire trial. Let me go look. I'm eating Girl Scout cookies, by the way. Court TV doesn't have this trial. Unless he streamed it from Court TV website, which I think they're doing it on the website. They don't have it on their channel. They're not. They are just posting updates on YouTube. So it's possible that I think they're streaming it fully on their website. It doesn't have a Court TV thingy on it. Yeah, did somebody say shenanigans? Yes, Lacey. She got life with the possibility of parole after 51 years. And they're going to combine those first 3 charges for sentencing, and then the rest of her sentencing will happen on May 22nd for all the other charges. I just want to get an okay from Broken Bay. I don't want him getting pissed off. Court TV would show the jury. All right, let's do a poll on what's your favorite Girl Scout cookie? While we wait for the baker. It's appropriate.
You'll make me happy as a little pig in mud if you just say from the bad guy from Denmark. But other than that, you are more than welcome.
That's him. That's
Thank
Baker.
you for thinking of it.
So go ahead and go ahead.
Okay, tell him thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
Your spleen hurts. I don't even know where.
Ems, you've never had a Girl Scout cookie? That's just sad. Thin mints forever. I'm currently eating the shortbread ones. I do love Thin Mints. I put my Thin Mints in the freezer. Carla, I think you're talking about the Samoas, the Coke with the coconut and the caramel. All right, let's get going. Rock and roll. Ooh, tag-alongs, Thomas. Those are good. Yep, Mavhawks, same. Yep, truffles. That's what I'm eating right now.
So if it doesn't go without saying, follow Broken Baker. He's actually really nice. I just watched a West Virginia trial with them not too long ago. It's a couple weeks ago.
I've not heard of him, so now I'm going to subscribe.
Oh yeah.
To what happened. I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, the DNA is probably the only thing that links him to it. Should I go to the Eagles parade with your 5-year-old on Friday?
I fucking love his accent.
I didn't understand. Why did they dismantle the city when they won a game? I don't understand that. Because you have a wave in it. Pull up a brand.
Technician, so I'd respond to scenes, process scenes as needed.
When you say process scenes, what kind of activities would you be doing when you're processing scenes?
So it depends on the scene. I would typically I would document the scene, taking photographs, taking video if necessary, collect evidence, process for fingerprints and such.
Okay. And were you involved in this particular case specifically? Were you involved in processing a scene on 122 Canebrake Drive in Greenville County on October 13th of 2021?
I was involved in the investigation. I did not process the scene at 122 Canebrake.
Okay, so you responded out to 122 Canebrake.
I did.
Okay, and as part of you responding to 122 Canebrake, were you responsible for collecting some DNA samples for subsequent testing?
I specifically responded to 4 McGee Street
Okay.
To process the complainant.
Okay.
She's a paralegal right now, but she's the one who did the finger scraping. Back then, she was a forensic.
And who is the
A
complainant?
forensic lady.
Bradley Post.
Okay. And did you subsequently take buccal swab samples from Bradley Post?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show Ms. Jackson what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11 and State's Exhibit 10.
He's like us, where his court stream is very low and then he's loud like us.
I know, he might pass away, guys.
Showing you State's Exhibit 10 and 11. Do you recognize the two items I've been?
It's probably going to be a little weird because they have like their own commentary and then we have commentary. So just know that there's somebody else on his stream with him. So I don't know.
Just put up with it for this half a day, and then the rest of the days are here, as far as we know for now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know who this person is or what they're gonna say. You know what I'm saying? So I could just, I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's Jamie. So yeah, I mean,
This is Jamie?
flooded. Yes. Wait, is
Okay.
that? Yeah. Yeah, they're. Who is she? Oh, that's them.
Yeah.
Try not to pay attention to the messages popping up there either, because that's distracting me. I thought that was somebody here asking who was she, and that's what I was answering.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna commentary on their commentary. Mm-hmm.
I do.
Okay, and I believe we're labeled, so States Exhibit 10, DHE2, and States Exhibit 11, DHE1, DH being your initials?
That's correct.
Okay. So to your knowledge, these are the samples that you collected at the time of your involvement in this case?
That's correct.
And after you collect these samples, or first, let's explain to the jury, when I say buccal swab, what exactly is that?
So a buccal swab is a cheek swab. We will take a sterile tubed cotton swab, essentially, swab the inside of whomever that we need to get it from, their cheek.
Okay. And you thereafter place it in a container like this?
That's correct.
And after you place it in the container, you seal it?
Then I take it to property and evidence, and my involvement is complete.
And in this particular case, with relation to States Exhibit 10 and States Exhibit 11, did you subsequently submit them into evidence?
That's correct.
All right, this time the state would move into evidence States Exhibit 10 and States Exhibit 11.
No objection. Counsel, without objection, number 10, number 11.
Yeah, it's a new technique because the buffaloes have all that ruffle. It's easier to get DNA on it. You have to open up real wide.
You're working now as a paralegal,
That's correct.
and you said the Lawrence Attorney's Office?
Lawrence County Attorney's Office, yes, sir.
What, is that the solicitor's office, or what is that?
No, so the Lawrence County Attorney, the county attorney will work more on civil matters, and he represents the county.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
I don't know if Mr. Cochran asked you this. If he did, I apologize. When was this sample taken?
It was taken on October 13th, the day that I responded.
Okay. I've got nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you redirect? Tell me what to say.
Yes, this would be the witness that came in after.
That was quick.
No objection.
That's what she said, Baker. That's what she said.
It's funny how normally we would have gone through a 45-minute. How did you ever get close to a buccal swab? And now we just, you work there? Yeah. Did you take the swab? Yep. See you later.
Okay, bye. Yeah.
All right, this time the state would call Master Deputy John Garrett.
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy. He said hello. He said hello.
They have to get born, raised, and driven to court before they can. It takes forever to get them into the courtroom.
That's funny.
Did the prosecutor introduce
live,
him?
watching us live, watch him live.
He is not.
I swear.
That would be funnier than shit if he was.
Please state your name for the record.
Jonathan Garrett.
Master Deputy Jonathan Garrett.
Is this the lead detective already?
That's your current rank, Master Deputy?
That or investigator.
Investigator. Okay. Good afternoon. I know.
I didn't see him in the morning.
Where are you currently employed?
Didn't see him in the
Greenwood
morning.
County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And what role specifically?
I already love this
Homicide
guy.
investigator.
Okay. Were you employed with the sheriff's office back in October of 2021?
I was.
Okay. And what?
Drawing on him.
I was a homicide investigator.
Okay. Were you involved in the present case specifically on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
Okay. Did you respond to the scene at 122 Canebrake?
I did.
And when you were responding to the scene, what specifically was your role there? What were your priorities in responding to the scene?
I was at the law enforcement center at the homicide office when the call came in, and officers, or other investigators and officers were already at the scene. So before I left, I was tasked with obtaining the search warrant for the scene at 122 Cambridge.
Okay. And so I'm getting that search warrant. Do you thereafter go through the scene?
Yes, I
At
do.
the house, I mean.
Correct. And once I obtained it, I delivered it to the scene and responded for any other duties they were requesting.
Okay. What were your observations of the scene at the time that you went through it?
When I got there, the road was blocked off, probably a block or two on each side. Patrol vehicles, yellow crime scene tape, and we also had personnel blocking intersections and protecting the scene around 122.
Okay.
Protective weapon? What? 2 cop cars protecting the scene? I'm pretty sure that's not how you do it.
And so going through the house, what were your observations there specifically?
I didn't do that until later that evening. I was there for hours. Crime scenes was processed and documented the scene. So I was waiting for another task, and I was documenting information where other investigators were going door to door looking for like video surveillance and things like that. But I didn't have another task until later in the afternoon. I did a secondary search, or later. It was hours later, almost at dusk, to go through the crime scene.
So that would be after the technicians go through, collect
Correct.
what they deem necessary.
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you went through the scene, were you able to identify or collect anything at that time?
Yes. I was with the investigator's department at the time, and a white plastic bag with a white powder substance in the living room near the front door.
Okay. You said the living room. Was the living room the same room that Ms. Parcell was found?
That's correct.
Okay. If I showed you a picture of that substance, would you recognize it?
I would.
Okay.
Sounds like drugs.
Approaching you with state's exhibit.
He found a white powder substance in a bag. Could be anything. It's probably just baking powder.
That's what I was like.
Who knows? Maybe they were making a cake that day.
The baker's gonna.
That's where I keep all my baking powder in small bags around the house, like a gram maybe in a bag.
9 in state's exhibit 37. Starting with state's exhibit 37, what is that?
That's the clear plastic bag with the white powder substance I observed in the living room area.
Okay. And did you subsequently, and I don't want to say collected, but did you subsequently pick it up to identify it?
I did.
Okay. Showing you what's state's exhibit 9. Can you confirm for me that that is the bag that you picked up and identified?
It is.
So that's the position that you found that bag when you went to the house.
That's correct.
And then 9 is the actual bag.
That's it.
This time the state would move state's exhibit 9.
Which is 9. I don't have a problem with the photograph coming into evidence. I don't think the full foundation has been completed for 9 in order to be entered into evidence.
I'm happy to continue later.
Number 37 comes into evidence, lay the foundation.
After collecting what state's exhibit.
Wish they could use a microphone.
9.
I
What
know.
did you do after that?
I conducted a field test on it to see if it was a controlled substance.
Why do you?
It's called Malort. It'll the aftertaste is worse, but then it's gonna be fine. But get yourself some Advil and go lay down some dark place, especially if someone cut into you today. And no, the rumors that Brandon and I have the same disease is totally not true. We didn't kiss yesterday.
Say, so in your first observations,
That much.
you believed it to be a controlled substance?
Yes, sir. I had a previous assignment in narcotics for 14 years, and to me it appeared to be the way it was packaged and appeared to be a controlled substance.
Okay, so what occurred after you conducted a field test?
They did a presumptive test for cocaine with a field test.
After that field test was conducted, what did you do thereafter with
It was ultimately secured in the property and evidence section at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center to be secured.
So it was thereafter submitted into evidence?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence what is State's Exhibit 9.
I just found out, again, continuing my objection, there hasn't been a full chain established yet throughout the continuation of where that evidence went. So until that happens, we would have objection to it being in.
Your Honor, a full chain doesn't need to be established at this point. This is the individual that collected State's Exhibit 9, conducted the initial, the field test of State's Exhibit 9. At this point, the foundation's been laid for whatever it may be to be introduced.
So I wasn't lying when I said we didn't kiss yesterday. Maybe he did the training day test. You have Panilla is the one who gave me the bug.
Vanilla, you're
Typical
sick
Swedes.
too?
It's the
Goodness.
Swedes all the
Exhibit
time.
9, during your time on the 13th at Cane Break, what other roles were you associated with there?
I did a secondary search later after other investigators searched the rooms, but I never found anything significant of evidence regarding.
But if there's a go-go powder, is this guy known for go-go powder? Or could it be like we saw with that woman who pew-pewed her own son, a drug bust, a drug deal gone bad?
Where did they find it at?
At the door.
Okay, what I miss? We still just talk about the drug bag? I'm checking chat. He's
How
gone.
many investigators and?
I mean, basically.
Had already searched.
Okay, so we're just still talking about that. That's all he's found so far. I had to go to the restroom. He hasn't found anything else?
Pretty much.
Okay.
The house.
I don't. No, I know there were several out there, several investigators and a lot of forensic technicians, but I don't know the exact number.
Around what time was it when you and Investigator Sparkman went back in to do the subsequent search?
Dusk, around 6:30-ish.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 37. So you said this accurately portrays where that bag with suspected controlled substance was when you saw it?
It does.
That is before it was moved.
As far as what?
I'm sorry, this is before any officers.
That's right. That's where forensics documented its original location.
And so it is clearly observable to somebody walking by.
Yeah, you can see it. It was pointed out pretty early, I think.
Okay, so had that already been known to have been there, or did you find it?
It is already known. It was brought to my attention.
So somebody already told you that there's suspected controlled
Correct.
substance in there, and you went
Right.
back and get it? Okay. And so what you did with that bag then was you took it to the property and evidence room?
Eventually.
Nothing really. His DNA under her fingernails, and then a video of someone leaving on a bike dressed in
Is he really loud to anybody else? Because he's really loud to me compared to it.
black. So could be Johnny Cash, could be this guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when would that have been? How much later?
It was that day. I think it was logged in on the 13th. Later that day, myself and Investigator Sparkman together did.
Okay, you Investigator Sparkman. Do you know who's, was it you Investigator Sparkman in the chain of custody?
Him. I was with him because I went
It's like we
field
are.
test before we took it. And
And,
therefore, we gave me the item number JS4, Jared Sparkman.
Okay.
Item number.
I have no control over the difference in volume because the stream for. Do I have an echo?
Actions you take, what your duties are as a forensic technician when you were with the Greenville County.
What is that? Hold on.
And do you know,
I feel like I have another stream playing somewhere. That's probably because I do. I'm like, wait a minute. There's people talking in the background. What is that?
I don't hear an echo.
No, it wasn't an echo. I had the other stream playing in the background of this one. So it was the testimony from the I could just hear
Is
it
it
like
gone?
yeah, I closed it.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
so I can't control how loud we are compared to how loud the court is. It's because the court audio is so bad. So I'm really sorry for anybody who's like getting their eardrums blasted out, and I'm gonna try to keep my mouth shut as best as I can. I can't always, so please forgive me.
Who
It's
got
just
it
a
out
half
of
a
the
day.
document that was-
To be tested.
Right.
What do you, let me just ask you what you're pulling out there to refresh your memory with.
Property and evidence sheet, which would document the chain of custody. Or actually the lab report. I don't have what chemist, but it would have been brought out later, at a later date, to be positively identified by the forensic crime lab, but I don't know which chemist did it.
Okay, so would the chemist have come and gotten it, or did somebody else get it and take it to the
No, the
chemist?
chemist would come down, they would put in a request, saying they want to be analyzed, and then the chemist would come from the lab, pick it up out of property and evidence, take it back to the lab.
Okay, so you don't know who the chemist was?
I do.
So you don't know who then had that state's exhibit number 9 after you?
I don't.
Did you bring it to court today?
I did not.
Do you know who brought it to court today?
Not exactly. I could assume it would be the lead investigator, investigator's department.
You know who gave it to investigator's department?
In property and evidence, I do not.
Just a couple other questions. Did you have any other involvement in the case after the 13th?
Yes, I obtained another search warrant for 2 Tyndall Avenue.
Okay, and when did you write your report?
I wrote it months earlier, but it wasn't finalized until October 2024. It was a rough draft. It did not get processed.
What does being processed mean?
Clear through the what we call our code 5, an incident report system, where it's set in limbo for a time as a draft before it was approved.
Okay, when was it approved?
October 15, 2024.
2024. Was that after you met with the prosecutor's office to prepare for trial?
I'm not sure if that's when we did it or not. I can't recall when we met. But we're supposed to act because we're doing an inventory of what needed to be done, and this is one thing that needed to be done.
For finalizing
So
these-
2 years after is when he finalized his report.
Thank you. Nothing further. Anything else?
Weird.
Yeah, that's kind of like in the Karen Reed case where they waited months before they wrote anything down.
Mhm.
Christine McCall.
Background there as far as education and okay, and
Husband, some WhatsApp is
Forensics Division.
employed and what your role is there,
I work for Greenville County Department of Public Safety, the Forensics Division.
and what specifically do you do for the forensics division?
I work in drug analysis.
Okay, and can you break down a little bit about what is drug analysis? I know for some of us, but what is drug analysis?
So in my job, I'm a forensic chemist. So officers may pull a suspect over or arrive on a scene and there's suspected drugs there. So they collect them from the suspect and then they submit them for property and evidence for analysis. Sometimes on the TV shows, you may see that they do a chemical color test and then they put it on top of the hood. Well, that's giving them an indication of what they're looking at. But a problem is sometimes that can give false positives, such as cocaine and benzocaine will both give you the same color test. So that's important why those drugs come to us, because we confirm or we not confirm what the officer thinks it is.
And what is your background there as far as education and how you landed in that role with the sheriff's office?
Before I worked in forensic
Jemima, do you still have the link you found earlier for the free Karen Reed stuff?
with the Department of Public Safety, I worked 13 years as a pharmacy technician. And then I also did 2 years at family court. And then I have 10 years currently with the forensics division. I have a bachelor's of science in biology, minor in chemistry, and a master's in pharmacogenomics from the Manchester School of Pharmacy.
And you may have said this, and I apologize for
Yes.
saying it again, but how long have you been in your current role with the sheriff's office?
I've worked for Greenville County Department of Public Safety. We're separate from the sheriff's office.
Oh, see, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we have, I've been there for 10 years. And before that, I worked 2 years in family court.
Okay. And in your current position, it's fair to say it primarily consists of you processing and analyzing these substances that are submitted to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Suspected controlled substances.
And approximately how many cases a month do you process?
I would say in a year, I'll do over 10,000 cases.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Ms. McCall as an expert in drug analysis.
Thanks, counsel. I've got no objection.
The court will find her qualified pursuant to the agreement of the parties in drug analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, an expert witness is a person, or normally a person cannot give an opinion, but an expert witness is allowed to. And so when a person testifies, normally they must testify as to either what they saw, they heard, or sensed by smell. However, we do have an exception when someone is qualified because of it.
No, the one he stabbed is allegedly a PDFer.
Education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas the court qualifies, in which the court qualifies them. And this witness will be qualified in the area of drug analysis to give an opinion testimony in this area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCall, are you involved, how are you involved in the present case?
Well, I don't really read the background on all the cases that we get because we get so many in. Currently, our backlog is 7 months behind. So how I got a subpoena, and then I had a pre-trial meeting with the solicitors, and that is how I became involved that this was going to be going to court.
Okay, let me get more specific. Were you charged with processing any substances as it relates to this case?
I was involved with this case because the officer requested it to be analyzed because I'm assuming at scene, he thought it was a controlled substance. So he went to property and evidence, put the evidence there and put a lab request with it. And then I go down to property and evidence and I say, can I have some drugs? And they hand me sometimes 60 cases of drugs. And I have to go through every single one of them and analyze them. And then I write a report, and then the report goes out to the different parties that are involved.
Is it something everyone can do? Just go down and say, can I have some drugs?
Right?
Hey, can I have some drugs? What do you have? 60 cases? Yeah, I'll do the smell test.
Involved in the case.
Okay. If I showed you a specific item, would you be able to confirm whether or not you conducted any testing on it for this case?
Yes, because when I receive my stuff, I make sure it's sealed by the officer. And if it's not, it goes back down to property and evidence because you want to make sure your evidence is sealed because that means that somebody could have tampered with it. So if it was open, I take it back down to property and I say, I'm not working this item. You need to get the officer to fix this. So when it gets fixed, I will go back down there and I will get the item and I'll come back to the lab and I'll do a chemical test that gives me an idea of what I'm looking at. And then I do 2 confirmatory tests, which is a FTIR and a GCMS analysis.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9, currently in evidence.
Well, fingers crossed.
I feel like he has the court stream sped up. I don't have his video sped up, but I feel like she's talking. Maybe she just talks that fast, but I think he might have it sped up. Sleuthy, what did you say? The name of the video? What were you saying about that?
Like when he goes to click play and pause, like you can see what the title was for long crime. It was like live something second or afternoon session or something.
But then they don't have it on there.
Yeah, so they definitely got rid of it, was what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know why.
He may have sped it up 2 times. I don't know, but it's going really fast on the court end. But that's fine with me.
And then you can have a plus one. You can take to my.
Wait, what was that?
I said we'll just get caught up really quick.
Yeah.
She lives up there.
Did you confirm whether or not that's the item that you did testing for specifically for this case?
Okay. Should I leave it down? Am I allowed to bring it out?
You can.
Okay. Okay.
No gloves. No gloves.
He's on drugs though too, and no gloves. Well, at least they're not taking it.
Yes. This is my item.
How do you know that?
I know that because I have a date when I worked it, and then there are my initials. And then here's the date when I opened the officer's bag that he sealed it in. And then after I weighed it, here is the weight of the item and then the item. So my initialing is all over this bag.
Okay. Did you create a report that indicated your findings as to what that substance was?
I did.
Okay. And what did you determine that substance to be?
Your Honor, I would object from the standpoint, Rule 901, for the purpose of authentication of the exhibit. The state has to establish from beginning to end, because it's fungible, who handled it, what they did with it. The probative value of her opinion as relates to the nature of that substance is nil, because there's been no chain of custody established, no full chain of custody established as to what happened from the time it was seized to the time this witness tested. So with that, we would object pursuant to 403.
And I would overrule, and your objection is.
I have it at 1.25, so it's a little fast, but she
I can
speaks
ask the
fast.
question again.
Yes, sir.
What were the results of any testing you conducted on
Only 1.25.
Yeah, that's nothing. So that means she's talking really fast anyway. Or we're just so used to the Tennessee trial. Yeah, there was a baggie of drugs found at the crime scene somewhere. I don't know exactly where. I missed exactly where it was found. Did anybody catch exactly where it was found?
It was it was where she was in the living room, I think, like on the table
Okay.
in a baggie.
So after the test is, after we analyze the substance, I create a report and it goes through peer review.
It is like he responded to me. I was going to say that because I said something about I think he has it sped up, and then he's like, "Yeah, I do. I have it on 1.25." She just talks really fast. Like literally, we were having a conversation.
Yeah, just like when he said hello, and I said hello back.
So weird. In a bag by the door, Carla said.
Which is that one of my peers have to look at my results and we have to agree that we both agree that this substance is what it is. So when he has a state exhibit, I have an item of JS4 and it was described as a bag containing powder substance when I received it. But when I work my cases, I take everything out of the bag because weight is very important when you're looking at charges for individuals. So I did create a report and here it is.
Okay. And what did you determine? Did you determine that that item is a controlled substance?
I did determine that this item is a controlled substance, yes.
And what controlled substance?
Cocaine, 4.97 grams.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit, and I realize, extremely complex, but and you spoke about it a little bit, but what type of testing you do to break down that finding?
Yeah, so at first I do a chemical spot test, like I said, like you watch on the shows, just to give you an idea. You get a color change. You're like, okay, like blue, maybe benzocaine, cocaine, procaine. So in this instant, I got this bag containing powder substance, took it out of the bag, weighed it. That 4.97 grams is the net weight, not the gross weight. Then after that, I ran it on an FTIR, and that basically puts light through the drug so I can, if I erase it, then you can see it. But the problem in this case is that the FTIR is only good for pure substances. It's not good with cutters. So sometimes when people sell drugs, they like to bulk up what they have. So they put other things in it. Say they might put procaine. There might be procaine, cocaine, and benzocaine in there, but I'm looking for that cocaine. FTIR, I cannot see it. So I had to take it to another instrument called the GCMS, gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, and it will separate out each individual ones. So if you go to your house and you take 5 different pills and you crush them all up and it's a white substance and that comes to me, I can tell you everything that you put in there.
Okay. So
I think that's how she figures out what the drug is she just takes it. And she's like, "Oh, I know what this is."
Now, I know you spoke to it earlier, but how many times, ballpark, have you analyzed cocaine specifically in your current role?
Oh my goodness. I've been working 10 years and we do over 10,000 cases. I would say in Greenville, methamphetamines, number 1, cocaine and fentanyl. Cocaine's probably fentanyl's probably coming in at number 2 and cocaine's probably coming in at number 3. So not as often as it has been in the past. It's just you drug trends of what people are doing.
Say hundreds of times?
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay. What would you say is to the quality of the cocaine, the State's Exhibit 9 in this particular case?
Well, I can say after the analysis, it did have cutters in it. So usually when we analyze cocaine or cocaine base,
She said when we use cocaine.
Usually a pure.
She sure did when we use cocaine. Oh, sorry. Oops, oops, oops.
That's not what I meant. I didn't mean use it when we analyze it. Oh shit. We ain't got no quit. Yes, she did. She got life with the possibility of parole after 51 years.
Pure substance, but in this case, I couldn't see that backbone of the drug, so I had to take it to the GCMS. So it did have other substances in it. So I can't tell you a number on purity, but I can tell you that there were other substances in it.
At least to the extent that you had to do subsequent
I had
testing.
to do a subsequent, yes.
Had to take another hit.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So she just goes down there. She's like, "Give me some drugs," and then she's like, "All right, let me see what it is."
She's like the drug sniffing dog.
And then she's like, "When we use it, this is how we figure out what's going on." And I could tell it was not pure cocaine. It was cut with something else. We got to do this every day for the next 30 years. I love streaming trials.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, these witnesses are like boom, boom, boom.
You said you work in the family court?
Yes, sir.
What did you do in the family court?
I took payments and I translated in the courtroom.
Payment for
People on
drugs?
bench warrants for child support.
You translated, do you speak another language?
Yes, sir.
What language do you speak?
Spanish.
All right. I wish I could do that. So just a few
That
questions.
sucks.
You said that you you roughly process or handle 10,000 cases a year. Is that
Hold on, did you see the comment from his channel? Hold on.
Yes.
This grass is green
you
enough that
roughly
her speed talking has me wondering if she's had some skin absorption of those substances.
process or handle 10,000 cases a year. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's a lot of cases.
It is. We have a quota we have to make every month.
Okay. What's that quota?
100.
Wow, you're
That doesn't make 10,000 a year.
so, and you don't work 7 days a week, do you?
No, I work Monday through Friday.
Okay. Just kind of interesting. At 10,000 cases a year, would it surprise you if you worked every single
Why
day?
do they have to have a
of the year,
quota?
you would on average test 27.3 cases a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a setup to get people charges for things they wouldn't necessarily get.
Well, she said that they're like 7 months behind. So
Yeah, that sounds like having a quota like that feels like,
that's to get you caught up.
yeah, like, well, to,
No wonder she's been sniffing the product.
yeah,
She's
she's
like,
like,
I got shit to do. I got shit to do. I got shit to do. And she's like, yeah, and I'm here. Look at her face. And I'm here testifying right now, making it so that I can't go and test my drugs.
I don't believe her that she speaks Spanish. I'm going to need to hear it. Could you imagine her as an interpreter when she speaks this fast in English? Good grief. Look at her. Look at her face.
That's like a really bad mugshot.
She looks like she's hiding some drugs in the pocket of her cheek.
Oh, shit.
That's a lot of samples to test.
It is.
I'll just
Yeah,
say
27.3972603
Yes, sir.
cases a day. In a normal workday, that'll be 2 an hour, 3 an hour.
No objection.
All right,
I
she's
would
done.
be on the product. No,
Yeah,
I'll be fine.
in quotes.
I have my wrist in the background if I need to go anywhere.
She speaks Spanish because she's an expert on cocaine.
I'll second that motion.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Milagros Miracalo.
Who?
I have no idea. Mirabellum?
Lognos cerebellum?
Cerebellum?
It's, yeah. Yeah, especially if you have to study all of it.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Lady Antebellum. That's a good one.
Now,
Miracalo, good afternoon.
this better not be the house cleaner.
Where do you currently live?
My address is 133 Cambridge Drive, Greer.
Does her shirt say milk
Okay.
on her boob? Does her boob
Uh,
say milk? I hope it does.
It might say milk. Or MILF.
CH says it does say milk. That's great.
What is this? Ultra fable? Oh shit.
I don't know, but her boob says milk.
Yeah. Like, where do you live? And she's like, here's my address. Let me just tell the world. Like, we know where every witness lives.
Damn it.
How long you lived there?
Around 9 years.
So you were living there throughout 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with a crime that occurred
Valhalla isn't allowed to leave Tennessee.
in October of 2021 on Cambridge Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Did
I'm fine. I have my hot
ask you a little
chocolate.
bit about
I'll soldier
your
through.
home there. At the time in 2021,
Marissa will yell at me if I
did you
don't.
have cameras around your home?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many?
Oh, this is the neighbor.
7 camera around my house.
This is the neighbor.
So this is the neighbor
Oh, he's about to tell you anyway. I'll just let him tell you.
where we possibly, I don't know if they're going to show this. We saw part of the of the body cam. So we might see the video of someone entering and exiting the house.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if it looks like him.
That's right.
On October 13th or thereabouts of 2021, did law enforcement come to you specifically?
Yes, they went to my house.
Okay. And what were did they ask about some cameras?
Yes, they asked about if I have some camera available.
Okay. Did you give them access to your cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did they take footage from your cameras from that day?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity prior to trial to review footage from your cameras that day?
After they did it, yes, I was looking for.
Okay. If I showed you the USB of that footage, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 15.
It says Millie.
I was gonna say it says Millie. How disappointing.
Oh man, I was really going with MILF or Milk. Milky MILF.
He didn't ask her name again, so maybe her name is Millie and we missed it.
Yeah, it was like antebellum or something along those lines. It was a bellum. They should show us the video because I've seen it. I saw the screenshots of it and it had to come from trial, so.
Showing State's Exhibit 15.
Millie the MILF
Is that
milker.
your-
Yeah, this is my shelter.
Yes. Okay. So you had a chance to review that footage?
Yes,
And it's accurate from that day?
yes,
From your home?
yes.
Your Honor, this time the state removed the evidence, State's Exhibit 15.
We should be able to see it now that she's verified it.
We have no objection, no. Objection number 15.
Let's see the video.
Mayor Collins, thank you so much. I have no further questions for you.
Okay.
Why don't we see the video?
Show the fucking video.
They didn't put the video in.
Well, they didn't show it. I think they're just.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. I saw the pictures of the video. Hold on.
Are they just getting like God, what's it called?
They
Chain
could
of
have the next person
Chain of
testify.
custody, and then they'll probably bring it in with the.
Oh, they might do
detective or
that.
whatever.
Yeah. Well, you can say a lot, but this case is moving quite fast so far.
Yeah.
We need an ME and a lead detective and some DNA tech, but other than that, it's moving pretty smoothly.
Yep.
Yeah, but I just thought that she would authenticate the video by showing it and saying,
Yeah, they show it with the witness, the gentleman that I just showed down here on the bottom. So we do get to see it. It just is going to be like 3 witnesses from now.
yes, this is what I downloaded to the officers. That's what I would have wanted, but sadly,
I am the worst.
I do need some.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated.
I love that they make them place their hand on the Bible.
Donald Peyton Sellers.
Mr. Sellers, good afternoon. Could you tell the jury where you currently live?
207 Saratoga Drive in Greer, South Carolina, Canebrake neighborhood,
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
since 2009.
So safe to say you were living there in 2021.
That's correct.
And
Damn, the addresses are fucked up.
for the jury, approximately, are you familiar with a crime that occurred in the Canebrake neighborhood on October 13th of 2021?
I am aware.
Are you familiar with the residence 122 Canebrake?
I,
At least where it is?
yes, drive past it occasionally.
Okay. Approximately how far from your residence is 122 Canebrake?
So I think there's 380 something homes in the Canebrake neighborhood. I'm on Saratoga, which is on the other side of the neighborhood, I would call it.
Okay. So ballpark.
Probably about 4 streets away.
Okay. Less than half a mile?
Sure.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to meet with law enforcement after that incident, October 13th of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was October 21st. A deputy came by the house and asked if they could have footage from our camera.
Okay, so you had cameras on your house at the time?
I did.
Okay. And in meeting with law enforcement, did you provide them with footage that they were requesting or looking for at that time?
I did. I think I emailed Deputy Barnett a link to all the footage from that day.
Okay. And to your knowledge, all the footage there was accurate and represented what they recorded that day?
Yeah, it was just pulled directly from the desk cam and submitted directly to the deputy.
Got it. Did you have a chance to review that specific footage prior to today's trial?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed it to you, would you recognize your initials?
I would.
I'm showing you what is State's Exhibit 12.
Yep.
Are those your initials on State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, it is.
And what's contained on here accurately represents the footage that you provided to law enforcement from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit.
Didn't some crime tech also cook up in the crime lab? Or was that in another state? I think I saw someone at the crime lab when we talked about the Karen Reed case that someone had a lab of the meth kind.
Somewhere they've done that.
I believe that's why they.
Thank you so much.
So a few questions. Mr. Sellers, so you said you're about 4 streets away, somewhere around a half mile away?
I mean, but I would call it the other side of the neighborhood. Yes.
And you've been made aware that the incident was on 10/13 of 2021, right?
That's correct.
And had you spoken to any law enforcement officers between October 13th of 2021 and October 21st of 2021 when you turned over the video?
No, not until the deputy came to my door.
Okay. Had you looked at those cameras to see if there was anything of significance prior to the officers talking to you?
No, sir. I had no idea what they were looking for at the time. They just asked me to submit the date's footage, and I did.
Okay. So you were just asked to give them all the footage from this one particular day?
That's correct.
Do you remember from how early until how late?
It was, basically the officer came to my door on the 21st of October of 2021, and I submitted pretty much the entire day's footage from the October 13th.
And the way you gave it to them was by email?
By email, correct. I emailed a link that gave them the full width of footage that they were looking for, and I think it was just, they said, give me as much as you can, and I gave the entire date range.
Okay. I think that's all I have. One moment. No more questions. Thank you.
Nothing was said. You may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The state would call Stacy Rushing.
Well, maybe they just reduced the sentences a little bit and said, we skimmed a little off the top.
Mm-hmm.
No, because Brian Albert didn't open his survey Christmas presents.
I gotta put batteries in all of that.
So it's not a big problem.
No,
That has a ladder over, and he just your solar power.
Oh,
Needs
yeah.
battery resolution.
About going on 6 years now, driving career. About going on 6 years now.
Okay, so you're living there in 2021?
I sure ain't,
Are
Pharaoh.
you familiar with a crime that took place on 122 Canebrake on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, I am.
And I know you're on the same street, but approximately how close to 122 Canebrake is your residence?
They're 3 houses down.
Okay. Did law enforcement ever reach out to you around this time looking for potentially video footage regarding
Yes.
that? Did you provide them? Do you have videos on your residence?
Yes,
Or cameras, I should say?
I do.
Did you turn over to law enforcement any materials or videos related to that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review them at any point?
Yes.
And if I showed you that USB, would you recognize your initials on it?
Yes, I would.
I'm showing you what is State's Exhibit 13.
Good to see Puddletown is feeling better.
Are those your initials on there?
Yes, those are mine.
Yeah.
So did you have a chance to review the contents of this USB?
Glad you're feeling better, buddy.
To your knowledge, is it accurate and represent events that took
Lefty.
place that morning?
Quit
Yes,
it.
it is.
Your Honor, this time, the state will move into evidence, State's Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
Oh, boy.
Mr. Rushing, thanks so much. I have nothing else for you.
Looks like a young Peggy Bundy.
No questions. Thank
Good to hear. I'm not a big fan of the Puffy's shoulder sleeve thingy.
Oh, the
That's an
poofs.
80s thing.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Emily Brunson.
Emily, Emily, can you get to the witness ways? Thinking with that part of the body, Lefty.
Emily Brunson.
Ms. Brunson, where do you live?
Where did I live or where do I now?
Where do you currently reside?
100 Steeple View Court in Greer.
And back in October of 2021, where were you living?
At 121 Canebrake Drive.
And where is that in relation?
Just because you can pee doesn't mean it works, Lefty.
Location to where the murder of Christina Parcell.
Right across the street.
And during that day, did you have the occasion to talk to law enforcement about some ring camera footage?
I did.
And about when did you talk with them about possible ring camera footage?
It's like maybe 2 hours after everything happened.
And how long have you owned a ring camera?
We got it the Christmas before, so Christmas 2020.
And was it functioning properly on October 13th?
It was.
Do you know how often it would cut on or cut off? Was there something unique about this ring
Yes,
camera?
it was triggered by cars going down the road and it was very annoying.
So with that, did you receive notices of when your ring camera cut on?
Yes, every time.
And did you receive the actual footage of it?
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to go look
So
them
were
up,
you receiving a
don't
lot,
go
lot
look
of
them up.
footage?
Constantly, yes.
So whenever a car would pass by, it would cut on.
It would.
Did you have the occasion to give ring footage to law enforcement that day?
We did.
And have you reviewed that footage?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 14 and ask you if that is your initials.
That is my initials.
All right. And is this the footage from your ring camera that you reviewed?
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of what that ring camera shows?
Yes.
Our state moves Exhibit 14 to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
There are no questions.
Okay. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Good job.
Well, it is a public proceeding, so. But it is a little crazy that he wants to know exactly where they
The
live.
state we call Harvey Shropshire.
Shropshire.
Harvey Shropshire.
Sounds kind of like a weird British brown sauce. I never understood that what's brown sauce, and the other one that they eat pies at football games, Jamie.
Pies? Like
Yeah.
a blueberry pies?
No, like a minced meat pie. Yeah, Worcestershire sauce or HP, that's brown sauce.
Harvey Shropshire. Shropshire spelled
Love some Worcestershire sauce.
S-H-R-O-P-S-H-I-R-E.
Agent Shropshire, with whom are you employed?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED.
And how long have you been with SLED?
Oh, he sled.
25
Ooh.
years, total, 31 years in total.
Congratulations.
A minced meat pie is a bunch of fruit. And I'm just about to go back to the US.
And what are your main duties for SLED?
I'm a tech agent.
Okay, what is a tech agent?
See, Fed
one part of
knows.
my,
Fed knows what I'm talking about.
Jobs is audio and video enhancements.
Man, it's crazy. I haven't heard sled since Alec Murdoch. Bringing back memories.
What is that?
For SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, so
It's
tell
kinda
us
like a
through
Hot
how
Pocket.
that works.
Well,
Or
What
like
we
a
do
pasty.
in tech services, once we had that part of the division is, whomever, it has to be local law enforcement or federal, will bring the product to us and we input that information into the computer to a format in which it's recognized.
And are you basically working enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
And have you had any special training on that enhancement software?
Yes, sir.
What type of training?
Through the company that we use is the computer system is adjudicated. They send us off to Cary, North Carolina for training.
And how long is that training?
Where it's ongoing, yearly software update. And once you get your certification, you certify to enhance video and audio through the system.
And what are the abilities of this software?
It's only enhanced what's given to us. We can't change anything. Matter of fact, when someone brings us a video, we dump it into the system. We give the original back to whomever brings it to us, and we enhance while they're there. Tell us what they need and want. We enhance it from a still shot, and also we put it on CD or DVD form.
And then is that what you return back to law enforcement who requested?
Yes, sir.
Is it
No,
typically requested by law enforcement?
I don't think they were any good in that case, but maybe it's better in this one.
Enforcement that you assist in enhancing some form of video?
Only law enforcement. We don't do it for the general public. Yes, sir.
And does it matter where the video came from? If it came from a Ring camera or a Nest camera or any of the like, does it matter?
It doesn't matter whatever format they bring it to us. If it's analog or digital, we dump it into the system. Of course, we got to have a means of dumping it into the system. Do a VHS tape, we put it into the system, and it converts into a format we can enhance.
So in this particular case, did law enforcement request you to enhance some videos?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that for them?
Yes, sir.
Already admitted into evidence is videos of 121 cane brake, 133 cane brake, 207.
What's wrong with people calling a minced meat pie something with fruit? A lot of weird people around.
Saratoga and 116 cane brake. Did you have the occasion to dump those items into your system and assist law enforcement in enhancing those?
Yes, sir. And once we dump it into the system, whatever we finish, we always put it on the CD or DVD, and we mark it and give it back to whatever department brings it to us.
I'm going to show you some. And can you create stills enhancement from video?
Yes, sir, we can.
And how do you do that with this video?
The system, we make sure our system's never on the network, so no one can have access to it. Only the persons who are there to enhance the video. So once we do that, we have a printer that's set up for the particular enhancement machine, and we print it from there and give it to whomever needs it.
And so you print them out right there?
Yes, sir.
And that's the enhanced part of the video?
Yes, sir.
So you can, I guess, see deeper into the picture,
right.
In essence.
And also, we also give those printed videos or printed still shots onto that same media, so that officer will have that same stuff too as well. He or she also.
And they take that
yes,
media
sir.
with them.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as.
Show us the video.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Sadly, no one has picked up on any pianist jokes.
I know.
22, and 23.
Not even Lefty. It's straight for him, but again, he's getting older, slower.
Yes, sir. Then.
And so, what did you do with States Exhibit 14 that you would do in your computer?
Well, first, when we download the information to the computer, officer who's there that need the information. We comb through all the different video shots or some cases still shots. And he said, well, this is the point of interest here. So I take the point of interest and actually magnify what's there. I can't change anything. I can't add anything to it. I can magnify what's there by zooming in on it, putting a highlight on it, like you see those circles on there, things of that nature.
All right, so I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit. 16,
Show it on the screen.
Describe what you did on that one.
Well, one of the things that we try to do is, if we have a person of interest, if you can get the video and comb it and follow it to where he or she is going to get some type of identifying marks off the person. In some cases like this, when it's a long distance like this, we tell that person, whoever the police officer is, hey, this guy's of a certain height or a certain build. Whereas he and she can go back to wherever the crime has happened, he can mark it and pinpoint how tall that person is. We do the same thing when it comes to bank robberies as well. We try to get to him in the doorway to figure out how tall he is or how wide he or she is.
So in this case, did you enhance a particular area?
Yes, sir. The front doorway, you can see the individual with a white sweatshirt, appeared to be a white sweatshirt on, and it looked like a backpack.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 16 through 23 into evidence. You've already.
Mushy piece, is that the piece you get to your fish and chips? It's great. Tartar sauce and mushy peas. I like it.
We do not have an objection. No objection. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 come in as State's exhibits. Come into evidence. Ask you about
right here.
State's exhibits.
Then
15. That would be 133 cane break. Was that taken down to you for enhancement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to show you State's exhibits 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Ask you to take a look at those and see if those are the
video.
Stills that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
He said a white hoodie, a white sweatshirt, and a backpack.
I'm hungry, CH. My cookies are not doing it for
Well,
me.
mushy peas aren't starchy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Those the photos that you were asked to enhance off that video cameras that you received?
Yes, sir.
Are they true and accurate
Yes, sir.
representations? And where did you focus your enhancement on these particular?
So these are not videos. They're showing us these are stills taken from the videos.
On exhibits 24 through.
On the individual on the bicycle, because it's not known for a person to ride a bicycle with a face mask on. So I try to get, it's a pretty tall bike. I'm 6'5" myself, so the person had to be a good sized person. So I try to get some type of features of the person, individual riding the bike, say for the mask he had on, and also he was dressed in all black.
Oh, he's a big dude.
Exhibits 24 through 30.
I'm sorry, that's my blood meter. I'm sorry, sir. That's somebody. It's the ring. I'm sorry.
24 through 30, Your Honor.
Was it his blood pressure?
Said it was his blood meter.
I don't know, just some alert.
I wonder if he's diabetic.
No objection. No objection. State's exhibits 24 through 30 come into evidence. And then I'm going to refer you to State's exhibit 12, where you asked to enhance photos on that particular ring camera. And that is 207 Saratoga. I'm going to show you State's exhibits 31 through 36. See if those are the photos that you assisted law enforcement in enhancing.
Keep saying Saratoga. It reminds me of Chris Watts.
Yes, sir. A point of interest, yes, sir.
And how did you? And I noticed there's a circle around it? What, is that part of your software to help enhance it?
Yes, sir, it is. Right. What it does, it we tell the computer to zoom in on the moving object, and once we zoom in on it, in some cases, if the sun is shining directly on the camera itself, we try to even the playing field, you might say, make it so that it's like it's normal.
It's good.
And that's what we did at that point in time, is put a circle around it, because the sunlight itself is was almost blinding the camera.
Bye, Steven.
Show you State's Exhibit 16.
I'll call you later about your extended warranty on your car.
Oh, God.
I watched one of those scam betas yesterday.
So your niece just got diagnosed at 11. My oldest son is a type 1 diabetic, and it reminded me of that. Made me think his blood sugar's off, and they should probably make sure that he's okay being on the stand.
Today, it's so funny when they just pull the rug on all these scams and callers.
Mm-hmm. I like those.
To this jury, and you don't know anything about this case.
Okay.
No, sir, I don't.
All right, and so
Okay, so we have a guy at the door with a backpack.
I want you to talk about the circle and enhancement.
When we get cases in from all different departments, we really have a ball in the game. That's why we say we bring an officer in and tell us what he or she wants when we do these enhancements. And this is one of the cases where you got the camera shooting from a dark spot into a light spot to another dark spot, which is across the street. So we put the enhancement, we try to put focus on the individual that's in the doorway by using light and darkness of the enhancement system itself.
Hello, Aviva, and welcome. First time I've seen that name, but welcome so much. If you need an update on the case, please let us know, and we will try and update you what has happened so far. We are off screen while they're showing the
enhancement system itself.
All right, so I can't tell that he's wearing a white hoodie, but maybe.
showing the evidence.
If you'll answer any questions, defense counsel.
Yes,
All right, that was it for him. The bike comes up after lunch, or after break, I should say.
Appreciate it, sir.
That's all they did for that one. And then they go to break. So let me skip past that. And then they have the photo of the dude on the bike. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, all.
Did you know Christina? 15 years. All right. And how long have you lived there?
15 years.
15 years. And
Good afternoon.
Ms. Gorman, can you tell the jury where you reside?
117 Canebrake Drive.
All right. And how long have you lived there?
The accent.
15 years.
15 years. And so you were living there on October 13th, 2021?
We were.
And do you remember that day?
I do.
And before we ask you about that day, did you know Christina Parcell? Had you ever talked to her or seen her?
No, I've seen her, but I never talked to her.
And did you know where she lived? At
Yes.
that point? Where did she live?
122.
And where is your house in relation to 122?
Like 3 away on the opposite side of the street.
And so that morning of October 13th, 2021, what were you doing?
Having my morning coffee.
Is that what you typically do in the
Yes,
morning?
because my husband has just gone back to work.
And are you currently working?
No,
Are you retired?
we're all retired.
Congratulations. So that morning, where do you usually take your morning coffee?
At the kitchen table.
At the Lanai.
By the window.
By the window. And the window that you're referring to, what does it look out onto?
The Canebrake Drive.
And is there a sidewalk that you can see?
Yes.
And if somebody were to
My kind of
walk or
lady.
bike
Get your
past you,
coffee
would
and
you
creep
be
out
able
the
to
window.
notice them?
That's what I have
Yes.
to do.
That morning.
You complained that your neighbor is
Are you
nosy.
familiar with Christina Parcells?
I'm nosy too, but I stay in my house and be
Yes, I
nosy.
saw her taking her daughter.
They go
to school that
outside and be
morning,
nosy.
Walking.
So you saw Christina Parcells and her
That
daughter,
morning, yeah, going to school.
and how would they go to school and pass your house?
They walk up, to the end of the street, the school's across the road.
And so about what time did you see them?
It was like 7:30.
7:30? Do you remember what Ida was wearing that morning?
No,
Did she have a backpack on?
yes.
All right, and so you saw that from your kitchen table, is that what you said?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 108, and I ask if you recognize that photo.
I do.
What is that?
That's my plant.
That's your plant?
That's my side window that goes out to Canebrake, which is right here.
And is that the view you have from where you were sitting that day?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the view you had on that morning?
Exactly, yes.
Your state moves Exhibit 108 into evidence?
Her plant.
No objection. 108 comes in without objection.
He was smirking. That's funny. I like to just see
You
what's
that
going
photo,
on.
Ms. Gorman?
Nothing wrong with
And is
that.
that, so if you, in that photo, about where were you sitting on the closest part of that photo, looking towards the plant?
I was sitting facing this way, and I was looking out that way.
And looking out the window right there?
Mhm.
And out the window, is that canebrake
It is.
right there?
It is.
So you testified that you saw Ida and Christina walk past you towards school.
Mm-hmm.
And around 8:15, were you still sitting there at your thing?
I was.
At your seat, at your table? Did you see anything of interest that day?
Yeah, I saw somebody on a bicycle.
All right, and so tell this jury what you would have seen from that vantage point right there.
There was a guy on the bicycle right here, dressed in all black with a mask on his face.
So where about, and so I see those two trees in the photo. Where was he about where those two trees were?
Right in between them.
Right in between them. And you can see through your plant right there
Mm-hmm.
and see him? All right, and so can you describe the person that you saw and about what time it was?
He was tall and skinny. It was on a black bicycle. He was all dressed in black. I did say his sweatshirt was gray, but it was a hectic day that day, very scary, and it was all black. And I glanced over and saw him, and then I finished reading what I was reading. I looked up and I didn't see him anymore.
So when you looked over and you saw him, was he wearing a backpack?
Yes.
Now,
What about the white shirt we saw in the other photo?
Yeah, we saw a white shirt in the other photo, so did you
Yeah.
see that?
And this picture, she didn't take pictures of the incident. It's just where she was situated.
when you saw
Yeah.
him for the first time, did he have anything on his face or his head or anything like that?
No.
And so what color skin did he have?
White.
What color hair did he have?
Kind of like a reddish sandy color hair.
And were you able to see his face?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit?
Mhm.
How would you see his face?
As he kind of turned and then turned back.
And did he have gloves on?
Yes.
Or so he was wearing gloves when you saw him?
Well, he was putting them on.
Okay, he's putting his gloves on.
Mm-hmm.
And then after he put his gloves on, what did he do?
I guess he got back on the bike and started riding, but he wasn't riding fast enough to get down Canebrake. When I looked back up, I didn't see him anymore. I didn't see him go in or come out.
Now, did he put a mask or anything on before he left your vantage point?
Yes.
What did he put on?
A white mask
And
and a hat.
And a hat?
Well, the hood,
Hood or?
either hood on his coat.
I'm going to show you. What's marked as State's Exhibit 24.
I hope they have.
Do you recognize, is the person that you just described to this jury look like the person in that photo right there?
Yes,
How so?
it just does.
Is it the same color bike? Is it the same clothes? I need you to respond.
Yes, it's just scary.
It's not scary. It's a man on a bike.
Is it the same
Yeah.
mask that you
Yes.
saw and put on? And is it the same type of hood or hat?
What's scary is what those people were doing in that home to children. Sorry.
Yeah, and again, this
The guy you saw, you can't say that.
no. I saw him and I was scared, and he looked back, and then he drove off, and I didn't see him again. Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, that's the guy right there. Come on.
Ms.
now.
Gordon, did you talk with law enforcement that day? Did they come and talk to you about this?
Oh, there was a lot of people that day, yeah.
And were you able to kind of see the activity going across over at 122 Cambridge?
Yeah,
Did you pay attention to it and watch what was going on?
there was a lot of us out there.
Did you see Brad Post over there?
I saw him walking around over there, yeah.
Did you recognize him as well?
Yeah.
And do you know about how many law enforcement officers you talked to that day?
There's no way she could point out that that was the defendant. There's just no way. I do not believe it. I do not believe her.
What you saw?
I have no idea.
Hey,
There were
Richie.
so many. So many.
Ms. Gordon, if you'll just answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Terrible witness, in my opinion.
Good afternoon, Ms. Morgan.
Good afternoon.
My name is Andy Morgan. We've never met before.
No.
Can't hear him.
Just to be clear, Ms. Gorman, you said that you saw this person at around 8:15 on the morning of October the 13th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you said that that person stopped and did a lot in front of your window. Just decided to stop right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilkins showed you a picture of a person in a white mask. Remember that?
Yes.
And you looked at that. You looked at that picture and you said, that's the white mask. You remember saying that?
Yes.
You
Spit it out. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, he
you talked about, let me back up. If I understood your testimony, you said that you had seen Christina Parcell, but you'd never talked to her. Is that
I
correct?
never talked to her, no.
Right. But you had seen
I
her.
had seen her, yeah.
You also talked about seeing Brad Post. Is that right?
Yeah, in the driveway.
And
Zach, being nice.
isn't it true that Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth and then another police officer came to your home on October the 28th, 2024? Is that right? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So more than 3 years after this happened, they came to your home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when they came to your home, did they tell you that there was a trial coming up,
They said they didn't know when.
but that there would be a trial?
There would be, yeah.
And that's when they talked to you about things that happened more than 3 years earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
So you never talked to her before that?
No, not until 3 years later.
Do you
That's
remember
BS.
in the conversation you had with them more than 3 years after this happened, telling them that you knew what Brad Post looked like because you had seen him at Christina's house. Do you remember that?
Yes, I saw him in the driveway and then a few times going into her home when they were dating.
And it sounds like you sort of have your pulse on what's happening in the neighborhood. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Is that usually happen when you're drinking coffee?
I laugh a little chuckle.
Yep. Well,
That was weird.
She reminds me of Roger. Oh, Roger.
own it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just.
They get
watch
some
out
video
for
up
people.
here.
I don't know. It's just an instinct I have always had.
So if you were looking out that window a good bit, I mean, isn't it
Right.
true?
That's
Or
exactly.
you tell me, did you see Brad Post at that location a lot?
Not a lot, no, a couple times, but I did see him that day that unfortunate mishap happened.
Mishap?
Saw him there enough where you felt like you knew what he looked like.
Yeah.
Come on.
Would you see, you talked about Christina and her daughter Aida. You testified about that. Do you remember that earlier?
Yes.
You talked about how you would see them going to school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
This was in a quiet little neighborhood.
please answer yes.
Yes.
Just to make it clear. And she went to Buena Vista, is that right?
Exactly, yes.
Which, and what time would she typically be home, come home?
2:30.
2:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, they get home at 2:30.
Isn't it true that the first time you told anybody in law enforcement what you saw was on?
Hold on.
What?
She saw him at 8:15 in the morning.
Yeah, that's what she said. And I was waiting for him to tie it all together because he kind of just brushed over it, but it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, because the guy seen entering the house around 11 or 10 something.
I thought it was 9:15 to 9:27 or something like
Yeah,
that.
something like that.
So
was
an
like
hour
9:30.
later, he's back. He's just patrolling the area. She never sees him again. She sees him an hour before. And then he disappears.
Yes. Oof.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Tell
He
me,
needs to hammer down on
did
that.
you meet with anybody in law enforcement to tell them what you saw that day before October the 28th?
There was a lot of them out there. Yeah, a lot of detectives, sheriffs, a lot of people talking to us.
Okay. But the first time you met with Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth was more than 3 years after this happened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One second.
9:27.
Right at the house. And 8.
No, at 8:30 she was at an interview. She had just left home at that. So
In one of the exhibits,
and 4
Mr.
blocks
Wilkins
away.
showed you, the person on the bicycle was wearing a hat. Is that correct?
Well, a hoodie that was on the coat.
No, he has a beanie on.
So is it your testimony that person was not wearing a hat, just a hoodie?
He's wearing a beanie.
I know when she said he had his hood up, I seen that and I was like, well, that doesn't look like he has his
That
hood
doesn't
up.
make any sense.
Looks like a hat.
Yeah, he's clearly wearing a gray hoodie or a beanie.
This is
Or
why
some-
eyewitnesses are not always reliable.
Eyewitnesses are almost never reliable.
Yeah.
And if he had a beanie on, how could she see his hair? Again,
Coming off the sides. So you
Sounds
see it
good.
right there in the picture? It's coming off the sides. Just ask Sarah Carba.
Is that right?
Yes.
Anything else?
Most likely not.
No regret, John.
She's kind of a big deal. I wish you would have spent a little more time really hammered down some details.
Yeah, I would bring up that picture. The person you're talking about, who's clearly wearing a beanie.
Yeah, point him out. That's
But she wasn't. If they're doing outside your house, yeah.
yeah. They could have shown her a guy dressed in black on a bike anywhere.
Who was the neighbor? I didn't like him. He had.
Okay, so the camera, the photo of the guy on the bike is not from her. That's the photo they showed her, and she said, "Yeah, that's him. That's the mask he was putting on." So that's not her. That's not from her. She was just sitting there staring out the window. So 7:15, Christina takes her daughter to school or walks her daughter to school. She sees her walking her daughter to school. Approximately 8:15, she sees a guy on the bike. 9:27, we see a photo surveillance from the neighbor across the street where you can see the guy with the backpack at the front door. That's kind of your timeline right now.
Had a certain vibe.
He wasn't listening to me. He was.
Yeah,
he turned off.
Make sure I get that right. Master Deputy Sheriff, who do you work for?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
All right.
He turned off his.
Yeah, I kept talking to him and he didn't answer.
Oh
But
yeah,
was half
he
deaf.
turned off his hearing aid.
Yeah.
What's your rank? Master Deputy. All right. I want to make sure I get that right. Master Deputy Sheriff, who do you work for?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah,
And how long
Robin
have you
Rowe, you are right.
2013.
And what have you done for the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Work uniform patrol.
This guy would really like to sell you a slightly used Ford Pinto. Right, a car salesman.
K9, homicide.
Yes, 8:30 victim is at the interview.
CID now.
What is CID?
It is Criminal Investigation Division, and I'm assigned to the arson.
I'll write down the timeline so because I'll forget it. Right now it's just by memory.
Those can be complex.
Exactly, Paula.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And if you're shown a picture, your mind will say, yeah, that's the guy.
Oh yeah.
How did you get involved in that murder?
At the time, in 2021, I was assigned to the homicide unit, and I was contacted while at the law enforcement center and homicide office to respond to that location in reference to a death investigation.
And did you respond?
I did.
All right. About what time did you respond?
Roughly 11:30, around that time frame.
Was there a lot of manpower asked to come out there and assist in this investigation?
Yes, sir, there was.
So did you respond out to 113 Canebrake? I'm sorry, 122 Canebrake?
Yes, I responded to that location and assisted in blocking off the already roped off scene using my patrol vehicle at that time.
What did the scene look like when you got there?
Crime scene tape was already up, blocking off the roadway. The roadway was still open. However, there was nothing blocking the actual road, so that's why I used my patrol vehicle. And there were multiple investigators on scene, along with other uniform patrol deputies as well.
I'm just asking you to just bring that mic from just a touch for us to make sure the jury can hear you.
Copy.
So he responded to the crime scene at 11 something, 11:30, at 11:30 something, I believe he said. We got to know when the I don't remember when they said the 911 call came in, so I'll look that up.
And so, so when you got there, what was the first thing you did when you got there?
I met with Investigator Sparkman, and I was tasked with starting the neighborhood canvas.
Okay. So Investigator Sparkman was lead investigator on scene.
Yes.
All right. And what was your so were you delegated duties, I guess?
Yes, I was. As far as the neighborhood canvas, checking for security cameras within the immediate vicinity of the incident location.
All right. So two questions. One, what was the purpose of that? And two, how did y'all organize that?
So the purpose of that was to try and determine who was at the residence that morning, and then develop a timeline if we were able to do so. And can you repeat your second part of the question?
How did y'all organize it?
So I was tasked with actually being over the neighborhood canvas. And that being said, there was about 6 investigators total that assisted in that. And once they found cameras at certain houses, they would let me know where they were at, and we would go contact the homeowners and try to make contact with them.
And so in assisting in the neighborhood canvas, do you come familiar with the Canebrake neighborhood?
Yes, very.
And how many houses do you think you canvassed that day?
Probably 25 to 30 myself.
And how would it work? Would you just knock on the door?
We would start by, we started at the incident location and realized there was a Ring doorbell directly across the street from 122, and that was located at 121. And from there, we circled out,
utilizing Canebrake Drive all the way down to
Coming in hot.
Saratoga and around the entire neighborhood.
Demonstratives.
Yay.
I like demonstratives.
All right, Master Deputy Stokes, I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 107. I know it's kind of big and bulky. I'm going to hold it right here. Can you tell this jury what this is?
That is a map of the Canebrake subdivision.
All right. And is this an accurate depiction of the subdivision when you were canvassing it?
Yes, sir.
That day?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed there's addresses on here
Yes.
as well. Do you recognize those addresses?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those addresses points of interest?
They are.
And do you recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is it a true and accurate description of the Canebrake neighborhood with those addresses?
Yes, sir.
Your State moves Exhibit 107 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Show it to us.
So this jury can understand what y'all are doing.
Gotta put it up there.
I think I'm showing my age by using an easel. I'll do my best. All right. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Sure. I'll try to turn it.
You didn't think this through, did you?
You see it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's go to this map. If you'll tell this jury kind of describe this map. Can you see what road this is right here?
I cannot read the writing, but I know that's South Batesville Road.
And where is the entrance to Canebrake neighborhood?
If you see the green square that's parallel with South Batesville, just above it, about 6 inches, and that's Canebrake Drive.
And so where did Christina Parcell live?
The 122.
Is that right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And so we were talking about a ring camera that you identified. And where was that first ring camera that you identified?
At 121 Canebrake, which is directly across and at an angle from the incident location.
And did you ever talk to Donna Gorman?
I did.
What address did she live in?
Hers is 117, which is directly across from 116.
Is that right here?
It is.
Okay. And then I have 116 Canebrake.
Yes.
Were you able to find anything of significance at 116 Canebrake?
Yes, they did not have a ring camera. However, they did have cameras on the front side of their house near the gutter up high and on the front side of the residence.
Okay. And then, so I'm assuming your teams of officers are walking up and down Canebrake Avenue. And then what is this road that it deads into?
It runs into Saratoga, which comes back around, and I'm not sure of the name that it runs into. It may change names at the end, but that's Saratoga Drive that Canebrake runs into.
All right. And so is that 207 Saratoga down there?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that
It is.
accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then this is 133 Canebrake?
Yes.
All right. What is the distance between this clump of houses and then 133 and 207?
From 116 to 207 would roughly be about a half a mile there, give or take a few hundred feet.
And so back to 121 Canebrake.
Okay.
You said you identified a ring camera.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I met with the homeowner there, I believe his name is Chris, and he had multiple activations of his Ring doorbell camera. And staying there with him, we went through that, and there was multiple vehicles that went by and set off his activations. Well, in the process of doing this, we realized at 9:15 there was a car that passed. And when that car passed, you could see the front porch of 122. There was what appears to be a male stepping into the front door. And then it goes away because it's a short clip, motion activated, and there was no more motion from the road because the car had passed. We continued to backtrack, and we were able to see that at 8:07 that morning, Ms. Parcell's vehicle is leaving. And there's multiple other activations throughout this time frame.
And you reviewed the ring camera
Wait.
at 121.
Yes, I did.
So the man was the man there before she left?
14.
That's what I gathered. But
That's what it sounded like to me, and I'm like, well, that's
See the front porch of 122. There was what appears to be a male stepping into the front door. And then it goes away because it's a short clip, motion activated, and there was no more motion from the road because the car had passed. We continued to backtrack, and we were able to see that at 8:07 that morning, Ms. Parcells' vehicle is leaving. And there's multiple other activations throughout this time frame.
And you reviewed the ring camera
Wait.
121.
Yes, sir.
So the man was the man there before she left?
14.
That's what I.
We're able to
No, that's
stepping
not
into
how it
120. In the process of doing this, we realized at 9:15 there was a car that. In the process of doing this, we realized at 9:15 there was a car that passed.
9:15
And
car
when that car passed, you could see the front porch of 122. There was what appears to be a male stepping into the front door. And then it goes away because it's a short clip, motion activated, and there was no more motion from the road because the car had passed. We continued to backtrack, and we were able to see that at 8:07 that morning, Ms. Parcells' vehicle is leaving. And there's multiple other activations throughout this time frame.
And you
Okay.
reviewed the ring camera
Wait.
121.
Yes, sir.
That's what I gathered. But
That's what it sounded like.
yeah.
Sorry.
Show it.
Okay. So here's the car driving by. And here you can see the front door of the house. Right here.
All right, can you describe
It does. There's somebody there and then they're not there anymore.
what you're seeing in the background there and what caused the ring
Somebody's
camera?
right here. Somebody's right
So
there.
a white SUV that passed by activates the camera. And while watching this video, you see 2 points of motion. You see the vehicle first, and then in the background, you'll see the suspect, possible suspect, stepping into the front door. Looks like a gray sweatshirt, a backpack, and dark colored pants.
Okay.
Yeah.
What time was that at?
Now, have you
9:15.
reviewed
Where?
Do you see him?
Is it in? Is it in this house?
No, it's right here.
Yeah, that gray house, that gray bluish house. right
This
across
gray
the street.
house, or
No,
this
over
gray
here.
house?
Next.
Okay, I cannot zoom in on my computer, but if you guys are watching on your phone or iPads or tablets, you guys can zoom in. Just remember, as soon as you zoom in, it's gonna get blurry. So I can't zoom in on my laptop though, because that's not my stream. What I stream with doesn't have that. But it's you can't see a full figure. What you see is this like a silhouette of a person. So you see that there's a person there, and then you see that there's no person there. So if you can zoom in on it.
Sorry, I'm.
This gray is.
I'm gonna rewind it.
First, and
So
then
you
in the
can see, like,
background, you'll see
let me pause.
the
Okay, so look, you can see the coloration of a person right here. It's just like a gray spot almost, just like you see like light, a light color against a dark color. So you see it right here, like right there is it. And then watch, and then it's gone.
suspect,
See?
possible suspect,
It's
stepping into the
moved,
front door. Looks like
and
a
then
gray
it's
sweatshirt,
gone.
a backpack, and dark colored pants.
See, now you see nothing, you only see the dark. So there is somebody there. There's no way in the world you can tell who that is. I mean, I guess if you go into Delphi, they could figure it out for you, but that's crazy. So this is at 9:15. The thing is she should already be home. So at 9 o'clock, she gets home. Is she seen on camera getting home at 9? This is at 9:15.
Okay. What time was that at?
Now, have you reviewed?
Where?
Mavhawk.
Do you see a gray bluish house? What looking at?
Because
Back it up, because when the car, you'll see him right there in the doorway.
yeah, you
He, like,
see something
appeared.
here. Something's
See?
there.
Right there.
Do we have a time frame for this one? I can't see
Yeah,
any
what-
time.
What's the
Your-
time frame?
What you're seeing in the background there and what caused the ring camera to?
See, you can.
Yeah, someone
There's a white
is
SUV
here.
that passed by activates the camera.
But that could literally be her walking out and getting something off the front porch. It almost looks like, man, where's the old school armchair detective when you need him for shadows? It almost looks like somebody is on the porch, bends over, picks something up, and then goes back inside. So I'm hoping that they have an enhancement of this and we're just watching the original. But she's home at the time. So he does say it appears to him to be somebody in a gray hoodie with the backpack. So is this where they get the still shot from they showed us earlier? I don't know. I don't know that yet.
And while watching this video, you see 2 points of motion. You see the vehicle first, and then in the background, you'll see
she went to a job interview.
Possible suspect, stepping into the front door. Looks like
But that's a gray hoodie.
Yeah. Yes, it is, Baker.
you'll see watching this video, you see 2 points of motion. You see the vehicle first, and then in the background, you'll see the possible suspect, stepping into the front door. Looks like a gray sweatshirt, a backpack.
So she's
and
home
dark
at
color
this
pants.
time, right?
She is. Yes, that's her car right there. Sleuthy, can you switch streams? So I have to go pick up Jeremy. I don't know if you could even hear me right.
I can.
Okay. So we're at like 2:21:14 of his stream. I'll leave it here and then let you switch it so that you can get to the right spot. Yeah, she's home by now. She's already gone to her job interview. She's already come back. Her daughter's not there. Her daughter's at school. And there is a figure on the front porch. We don't know if that figure is coming from inside, outside, getting something off the porch, or just going inside. Now, the big question here would be, if this person on the bicycle is the one who comes over, where's the bicycle? Right? I don't think the bicycle thing has anything to do with anything at this point. And I don't think we've proven that whatsoever. Like, bicycle dude isn't even relevant right now.
Where are we?
2:21:14. You can go anywhere right there. They're just kind of talking. They're kind of talking about the same thing we're talking about and then going back and forth over it. So 2 hours and 21 minutes of that stream. But that's her car. I don't see a bicycle. I don't know, Bushid. I don't know if she had any coke in her system. You see a figure. So I'm assuming that the photo they show us of the person with a gray hoodie and a backpack on is maybe an enhancement of this. I don't know that yet, but that's what my assumption is going to be. She did not. Okay. She did not have any cocaine in her system. Well, that's interesting. She also lives with her sister, though. So, all right, let me switch these out. Oh, shit. You already were switching them, and then I switched them. Sorry.
Oh, shit. All right.
Wait, you have it on. Oh, no, he has it on Long Crime. I was like, wait a minute. You have it on Long Crime.
Yeah. No, he had it on Long Crime.
Don't ask me. Okay, so I'm gonna leave the stream and then I'll join on my phone as soon as I get in the car.
Okay.
Yeah,
Stills
I don't know.
of this video.
I'm just trying to figure out what time this is at.
Yeah, I can't see any time stamps anywhere. But who lets her in through the front door? Does she have a key to the sister's house?
So you heard.
Because the back door is the one that was always open.
Sergeant Agent Rockshire testified about enhancing these photos. But when did you obtain this evidence in furtherance of the investigation?
So I had been on scene probably 25 to 35 minutes. And as soon as I obtained this, I asked the homeowner, which is, I believe his name again was Chris. He emailed that to me, to my county phone, and I sent that to Sergeant Kelly with the technical services unit with the Graham County Sheriff's Office for reason being he could see that a lot better in his office on large big screen TV. And
I'm curious where the bike is.
Other than watching this on
Yeah, that's only so is anime.
A break in the case?
At this point, absolutely.
Why is that?
Because other than this, we were unsure of any suspect. This is the first sign of anything that we had was right here at this point.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16.
I don't know.
I'll have you kind of walk us through what we're seeing on these photos. Okay.
Show it to me.
So that is a still shot of 122 of the initial ring camera after the white vehicle had passed. That is the suspect standing on the front stoop, front porch, directly in front of the main entranceway of the home.
And is there a car to the right there?
There is.
Did you determine whose car that was?
That was Miss Parcells, yes.
And that's 122 Cambridge, that's Ms. Parcells' house.
Yes.
What time is this?
What time is it at? They're driving me nuts.
And what is that?
That is the same incident location, 122 Cambridge, with the suspect stepping onto the front steps. I believe that will be at the top of the steps onto the front porch, same incident location.
I'm not seeing the exhibit. That was exhibit 18. Exhibit 19.
Will be directly after stepping onto the front porch.
Exhibit 20.
Be at the front door,
Exhibit 21.
opening the front door.
And exhibit 22.
He's stepping in.
It's just
inside.
opening and going right in.
And I know we just reviewed the video. On the video, can you see the individual going inside?
How did he get in there?
Right before it cuts off.
So
Unless the door was
as part
unlocked.
of your investigation and canvassing, are you also trying to establish a timeline as well?
Yes, sir.
And when reviewing the videos or the ring camera
time is
across the street of Christina Parcells' house, did you discover any other times on there that were important to your investigation?
Yes. At that time, that was 9:15 when he had stepped in. So.
Okay,
backing
so
up
that's
to
9:15.
A few other of the notifications that Mr. Chris had located. At 9:27.
No, this is an hour later than the old lady saw him.
Yeah.
And she might have been home at that point.
That 9:27 is for 133. We'll get to that in a minute. At 9:15, he is stepping in the house. She arrives at the home at 9:12. So just a few minutes prior.
So now we're cutting off more
Turning
minutes
into the driveway.
for him to do what he had to do.
No, that would be
Let's look at the video.
So she arrived home at 9:12. This person enters the house at 9:15.
Yeah. So she's here at 9:12. He enters at 9:15.
And he enters through the front door. But it was always the back door that was open. Did he know that the front door was open and he just walked in? Wouldn't that be something where you need to know that the front door was open?
Yeah, I mean, he could have checked it, but also usually that's the sign of somebody that knows this person.
Yeah, and again, if there's a baggie of fun powder.
I mean, kind of like how boyfriend knew the back door was like always unlocked.
If she
Yeah, and the
used
old
to,
lady said she's seen that guy in black at 8:15, right?
yeah.
So how did she see him in the clothes he supposedly changed into an hour before, like over an hour after? That makes no sense. Okay.
No, and again, if he's let in, it could potentially be if that fun powder has anything she might, or if she was doing the horizontal mambo to earn some money.
And so,
Wait, what time? This right there.
That is true. She was doing that stuff
in
too.
addition, were you able to see the comings and goings of Christina Parcells' car?
Yes.
Her sister Tina Parcells' car?
Yes.
And of course, you can see the arrival of Brad Post's car.
Yes, sir.
On Howard Road. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So I'm showing you what states Exhibit 14. And it's approximately 8:06.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at 8:06, what kind of cars do you see at the Parcell home?
So there is a Lexus SUV and there's a silver sedan, which is the sister's vehicle.
Is that Tina Parcell?
Yes, it is. This is at 8:11, and the only vehicle there is the sister. Her vehicle is in the driveway.
So, what did your investigation conclude based on that video?
Obviously, the victim in this case was no longer at her residence at that time.
At 8:11?
Yes.
But she was seen walking from there.
And what time is that?
That will be 8:35, and the silver sedan is fixing to start backing up, which will be the sister leaving.
Oh, his sister left?
8:35.
So at 8:35, Tina Parcells' car.
Yeah, her vehicle is.
Didn't the old lady said she was walking with her daughter?
That's what I thought she said.
And then this is where 912, the silver SUV, is back in the driveway.
So we know from this video
At this
that
time.
at least by 9:12,
Yep.
Christina Parcells is back at her house.
Yes. And then 3 minutes later, the 9:15 video of suspect stepping in comes into play.
We don't know. No one was apprehended that day, so we don't know anything about this. This is all purely circumstantial, built on the DNA under her fingernails.
Yeah.
But it just opens up a lot of questions that could be relevant on cross. If she had some business going on, if you know what I mean.
I'm going to show you what's case exhibit 105.
Because if she did that,
Big bulky exhibit. You recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
well, it probably wouldn't
So this is
last
the
17
three
minutes.
stills that we looked at just a few moments ago, coupled with the map of Canebrake Drive.
Is it true and accurate from the information that you reviewed?
Looked like something was going out of frame to the left. That was a bus, a school bus.
State News Exhibit 105. There's no objection. I'll just hold it briefly. So tell the jury what we see here.
The three stills are the two on the left and the one on the right. And then this is captured, if you see
Hey,
the
Slady
arrow
Pie.
going from 122 to 121, that shows you the distance between the ring camera and the incident location where you were able to see the suspect stepping up onto the house.
And what time was that?
That was at 9:15.
All right. Mr. Stokes, I'm going to show you, I'm going to refer you back to 116 Canebrake.
Okay.
To help establish this timeline.
All right.
So 116 is where?
It is closer to South Batesville Road.
Is that it right there?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
And we can, we've already discussed images, ring cameras from 116. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13. Tell the jury what you're seeing.
Okay. All right, so that's the victim's vehicle driving by. That's at 9:07 a.m. And if you remember, we spoke about 9:12. This is where the gap in the video surveillance is. From 9:07 to 9:12, we don't have anything because there was no motion activation. But we know that she was at home at 9:12 and she passed that residence at 9:07.
And how far away is that residence? That's 116 to 122.
Probably 350 feet to 400 feet roughly.
So she passed.
Why
by
didn't the motion
9:07.
activator kick in?
And so what time does this footage of 116 show you?
This is at 10:57 a.m. and that is a red vehicle, which is Mr. Post's vehicle.
And was that vehicle in the driveway when you arrived on scene?
It was.
So now I'm gonna, so you found this piece of evidence of a suspect walking into Christina Parcells at 9:07.
Yes.
So y'all continue to canvass even after you located that.
Yes.
And what were you looking for?
At that point, we were able to tell the suspect from that view at 9:15 from 121, looking for black pants, gray shirt, possibly a black or dark in color backpack. We were able to look for anyone walking, a motorcycle, bicycle, anything like that. So we were able to make contact at 133 Canebrake Drive, where they do not have a ring camera, but they have surveillance footage, much like the one you just watched from the side of their house. And it has multiple different angles.
I'm sorry, I gotta take you back 2 seconds.
That's
I
fine.
forgot, trying to get all my stuff in. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 104.
Hey, Gina.
You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is that?
This is the still shots from 116 Canebrake Drive, along with a map of Canebrake showing 116 and the relevance to 122.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 104 in evidence. No objection. No objection. So that's just basically stills of the video we just saw.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, I'm sorry. We'll take you to 133 Canebrake. And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 15. Now, in establishing this timeline, you kind of have to go into the data to figure out
Yes. So at this location, we actually had a language barrier, and we requested that TSU, which is our technical services unit, come out and assist in pulling the video. So it took a little bit longer to get this than when we were able to get the Ring doorbell. But we were able to view this and locate a suspect on a bicycle from this location right here.
That's the picture I showed you before. He's dressed in black.
And is that what y'all located right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
And at what time is that bicycle going past 133 Canebrake?
9:27.
9:27.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. I'm going to show you some photos. These are stills of State's Exhibit 15. All right, so your State's Exhibit 24.
Do all they have is this guy just driving his bike by?
Finding where you fit. LinkedIn knows how.
All right, that is from the still shot of the video surveillance from 133. At this point, we realized that we're looking for a white male based on the stature of the shoulders.
And how were you able to determine that it was a white male?
But you can't determine the shoulders because he has a large backpack on.
Yeah, and wait, do we know that he actually came out of that house, or is this just in the neighborhood?
This is in the neighborhood because we didn't see any pictures of him leaving the house.
Then how do they know that this guy came from the house?
And how do they know a guy dressed in a black hoodie is the same as the guy dressed in a white hoodie?
Yeah.
That to me is the biggest problem. Is he's clearly wearing black, and it was a gray or white hoodie in the other picture. So he's wearing this shirt, takes it off, puts on a white hoodie, and goes in and stabulates someone violently because he wants to collect all the blood spatter.
If you look where there's
And where was his bike the whole time?
right there,
Yeah.
There's a side of the neck that is exposed.
And what kind of bike is the suspect riding?
Yeah.
It appears to be a large frame, either a road bike or a hybrid road mountain bike.
And what kind of clothes?
Black pants, dark and colored shirt, and then a dark.
Yeah, I never heard about black and white
Hoodie,
shoulders being
gloves,
different.
And a 95 mask.
And we have determined kind of what's on his head.
It's either a hat or a beanie.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 25.
Another still shot from the same, showing the same.
State's Exhibit 26.
At this point, you can also see at the neck, just behind the mask, you can see shadowing. Looks as if it's a thin beard. At that point, that confirmed that we were looking for a white male.
So, are they basing this off of what the old lady said, that she saw this guy like in
No,
front of
because
that
no one
house?
talked to him till months later. They went out and said, we're looking for a guy in a gray shirt with a backpack on. And they found someone on a bike in a black shirt with a backpack on. And now he's saying that you can clearly tell this is a scruffy beard.
No.
But
I don't know.
I'm pretty
Maybe
sure
it's-
that there could be something that's not totally cromulent with this pins too soon, because I don't know if you can find any mistakes anywhere else in the picture that kind of implies that this isn't a great zoom.
No.
How can you tell this is a beard when there's holes in the tire down here? It's
State's Exhibit 27.
as we cater.
And that's the still shot from the video for 133.
He has no shoulders. He doesn't know anything about shoulders.
And State's Exhibit 28.
This is from 133 Canebrake from if you're facing the house, it will be on the right-hand side. We have been looking at the left-hand side. This is now from the right-hand side view of it. Same individual, same time frame.
State's Exhibit
Yeah.
29.
Video surveillance from 133. This is from the right-hand side.
Can we see him parked next to the house or something?
And of course, did you keep canvassing?
We did.
Were you able to
Hey,
locate
Gina.
any more ring cameras that were important to your investigation?
Yes, sir. We located one more on Saratoga, which is the road that Canebrake Drive runs into. That's at 207. And that was at 938. Excuse me, 928, 927 for the last house. And this one is 9.
All right. I'll jump ahead again. I'm going to run you back to 133. But I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 106. State's Exhibit 106.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that 133?
That is 133 Canebrake Drive.
And what's the timeline?
That's at 9:27 a.m. And the map below shows the location.
State moves 106 in damage, John. Okay.
Objection.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 102. State's Exhibit 102.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir. That is from the video surveillance from 133, showing the neckline of the Caucasian.
State moves 102 in damage.
The neckline of the Caucasian.
I'm going to ask a question because I don't know anything about South Carolina. Don't you have a lot of whites in South Carolina? It seems like just because he's a pale face, it must be him. Like there's only one white guy in. It's kind of, oh, you don't know this British comedy duo where one of them always said, "I'm the only gay in the village, my fun way." But it seems like there isn't any white people other than this guy in the entire state. Oh yeah, sorry, Andrew, I forgot. Black people have different shoulders. It just seems like, well,
Yeah, that's right. There was a Latina in the neighborhood.
yeah, and it was kind of a joke, but it's kind of like set up that he must be guilty because he's a white guy.
Well, I'm not getting the connection because other than this terrible witness's account of things, how are you tying these two people together? The gray shirt guy that walked in the house and the black shirt guy riding the bike away.
Yeah, and the black shirt guy who put up his hood because it was cold, but she clearly saw his reddish sandy colored hair.
Yeah.
Who was wearing a beanie?
He's wearing a gray beanie.
Yeah. It's just, but it just sounds like, well, he's a whitey. And it doesn't mean just because he's a cracker doesn't mean he's guilty.
Let's go to 207.
Lucy, can you pause it real quick?
207 Saratoga.
207 Saratoga.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't join right when I got in the car because we're having a torrential downpour. So I had to wait till I was parked outside the school. Okay, so I just want to go timeline wise. 9:12, they have her arriving home. Sister's already gone. They have her arriving home. 9:15, the guy in the house. And then by 9:27, 9:28, is that what they said? They have a guy on a bike who's wearing a different sweatshirt.
Outfit. Yeah.
So from 9:15 to 9:27, so 12 minutes. I mean, I guess if he has bushy eyebrows, it could work.
My question is, do they see someone coming out and going in the direction of where this person appears on a bicycle? Like, how do we know the person's not inside the house?
No idea. No idea. So the next thing they showed so far is the boyfriend arriving at 10:57.
Right.
Yeah, this is like Bike Guy. It's another freaking BG.
Oh. Well, and also, wait a minute. Did they see the same person that went in arrive on a bicycle?
No, because the camera only caught the camera had only was motion activated and only activated because a car drove by.
Well, never mind then.
And it caught him. It happened to catch that guy in the background.
Maybe we
At
just had
9:15.
maybe there'll be another camera though.
Well, I mean, who the heck is she talking to at 9? On her way home that knows that she's about to be home.
True.
Like, I'd be curious about that.
Yeah.
I don't know I don't think BG OG is watching this trial, but if BG OG is watching this trial, you have to now be like BG the OG of the OG. You're down the line now, BG.
You also have to remember, we're only on the first day. It doesn't feel like it because there's been already 18 witnesses.
Right.
So, we haven't even heard the cell phone we've had to hear people come in and just say, "Yeah, I lived on that street, and yeah, I had a camera."
Right.
So,
Well, and then the people in chat are saying that his DNA is found at the scene. I don't know that. I don't know that from obviously anything yet, but I'll trust that as far as I can trust the person who testifies to it. So
they said his DNA was under her fingernails.
yeah, but I'm just saying, if that expert ends up being anything like the cocaine expert, I'm not sure that. You know what I mean?
Oh yes.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay, go ahead and play it.
Is down the road from the incident location. Now, the Ring doorbell at this location captured a couple walking, and then directly thereafter, the same subject that was on the bicycle captured at 1:33 was seen going from left to right, passing by the residence. This is in the same direction in which it just came from, passing 133.
So the last one was at 133.
Yes, sir.
And then down here to the right of State's Exhibit 107 is 207 Saratoga.
Yes, sir.
I will show you State's Exhibit 12. And just tell the story about it.
So like I mentioned earlier, Saratoga and the intersection of Canebrake is to the left of this intersection, or the front of this house. And the intersection is up to the left, and here comes the gentleman on a bicycle from left to right. That was at 9:28.
That was at 9:28. Right. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 31.
So that's a still shot from the video from 206.
So let me get this right again. He rides by an hour early, where the old lady sees him outside of her window. Clearly sees him without his beanie on, even though he had it on.
Mm-hmm.
Then he rides around, and at 9:12 he enters. 9:15 he enters the house in a gray hoodie. Stabulates a lady 31 times, drags her into the living room, places her on the floor. We haven't heard much about the rose petals. I don't know what, if any, significance that have now.
The only person that mentioned it was what's his face post. He said it looked like there was rose petals like around her or something like that. But anyways.
Yeah. But then he leaves the house again and is seen after he changed his clothes and got a bigger backpack on than he had when he entered the house, because that only covered half his back. He dresses completely different and rides his bike down the road in what looks like a normal biking pace. It's not like he's running from anything. It's not like anything. He does all of that in 12 minutes. He enters the house, unalives her, places her in there, changes his clothes, gets back, finds his bike, which we haven't seen where he parked the bike, and then drives off.
Yeah,
Do I have the timeline correct?
that's what we've heard so far.
Yeah. He caught her eyes because of his bridesmaid shoulders. Yeah.
So, Saratoga.
States Exhibit 32.
Another still shot, same location.
Is that the same individual at 133 Cambridge?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 33.
Same individual, same video surveillance, still shot.
States Exhibit 34.
Another still shot.
I know they're just putting this in to imply they have a lot of evidence, but there's no evidence in this.
We have.
It's just the same as the video.
207 Saratoga.
And he looks like anybody. There's no distinctive features about this random person.
It's made shoulders, as Brandon puts it.
So in establishing everything that we talked about now, did you create sort of a timeline?
So what we
events?
have linking him to the scene, which we haven't heard about now, is the DNA under her fingernails. And a lady asked 3 years later, said, yeah, clearly it's him.
So what happened on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm just going to ask you, and I'll help you the best I can.
Right.
You see me moving a lot around here and holding up a lot of exhibits, so we need to refer back to when we can.
Right.
But I just like to ask you to give this jury a timeline of events of that moment.
All right, so based on the
Here we go.
neighborhood canvas, we were able to find from 807 was the first initial to 1104, 1105 is when EMS, fire department personnel are on scene. Which we talked about earlier, we have the subject walking in the front door at 9:15. We're able to back up and see the videos of her leaving and then coming back, and seeing from 116 Cambridge. That shows that she returned, and directly thereafter, you get to go back to 121. She's back at the house. He steps in at 9:15, and then at 9:27, he passes 133. At 9:28, he passes 207 Saratoga. That's a very short time frame.
Yeah, that's the problem. You have to cut off at least 1 or 2 minutes because he has to get on his bike without activating the motion cameras. He has to get on his bike and start biking. So the 12-minute timeline is down to like 10 minutes now, where he has to change his clothes.
Returned at 9:07. And then he's passing 207 Saratoga, 9:28.
And did you speak with Donna Gorman as well?
I did.
And so what time, do you remember what time she saw, approximately what time she saw a bicycle?
She mentioned in between 8 and 8:15 the same morning that she had saw a gentleman on a bicycle going from South Batesville toward 122 Cambridge.
I got one last exhibit, States Exhibit.
Okay, so if he's
103.
riding around on his bicycle in black at 8 o'clock in the morning, I don't know. This is weird.
What's that?
That is 207 Saratoga, where the gentleman on bicycle is going from left to right.
Say moves 103, Your Honor. No objection. Objection. So finally, were y'all sharing all this information as this investigation was ongoing?
Yes, sir.
And you shared it with Detective Sparkman?
Yes, sir. As soon as I obtained it, that was sent to my county computer and then transferred directly over to his county computer via Q Drive. So he has immediate access to it.
I'll just ask you to answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Just real briefly, so what was the very first photograph or video that you have of a bicycle?
The first bicycle that we had was from 1:33 to 9:27 a.m.
927.
I didn't even
You don't have
see
any
that.
video or any photographs of a bicycle prior to 9:15 when you say you saw somebody?
No, we didn't see the bicycle at 9:15.
I'm sorry, did you see, or before 9:15?
No, we did not.
Okay, did you canvass the neighborhood? Well, during your canvass of the neighborhood, did you look for timeframes before 9:15 also?
Yes, sir. We backed it up, and before 8 a.m., there was nothing of relevance of that.
But he
Okay,
was.
nothing further, thank you.
Yes, sir.
What?
Why don't you hit this harder?
Thank you, sir.
Why don't you hit this harder? Why didn't you point out to the jury that there was two different color shirts?
Yeah, can we approach?
How much longer is on this one, Sleuthy?
We're gonna call it a day. I would have hammered home on the two different colors.
How come?
What'd you say?
How much longer is on this?
15 minutes.
All right, let's see if
Well-
they have another. Let's see if they have another witness.
I was gonna say I don't know if it's 15 minutes because I know.
Yeah, or is that the last witness? And then they just talk for a couple minutes. You know what I mean? It looks like it.
Yeah. Oh wait. Oh no. We know that face.
Yeah, we do. Okay, so interesting. I don't think the guy on the bike is proven to be connected at all, but that's just me. I guess that's the only person they have leaving the area of the crime scene. But that doesn't mean that that's the person.
And we know they don't have the bike coming in.
No.
They just said they checked that footage and there was nothing there. So
Now I'm curious if the backpack even looks like it is the same backpack, like Baker was saying. Is it even the same backpack?
yeah, I hadn't noticed that. Like now I'll have to look at it better.
I think I took a screenshot of the other one. Let me see real quick.
Well, after this, we'll be on our own thing with long crime unless they start taking away videos more.
Okay, so I mean, it's a tight timeline, but we know it can be done. It's just, I mean, it'd be interesting. So 9:15 goes in, and by 9:27, he's seen on camera leaving. If they're going with that, this is the guy. And then with them throwing all the addresses in, makes it even more confusing on the time. But I think we've got it figured out now. 9:27, he's on one house camera. 9:28, he's on another house camera. Boswell, I know that the defense attorney did one. I put it in the Facebook chat. Boswell prosecutor also did an interview. So there was a couple interviews for Boswell. I stuck them in the Facebook chat. All right. Well, what do you guys think of this case so far? I mean, we're
I think-
behind. So
I was gonna
Go
say,
ahead.
I think it's just the first day. So I almost feel like they're trying to get in a bunch to then go into detail later. Like but it's confusing though when they do that, when they like, but I get they have to have it in already to be able to go through it. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just curious on, I don't know how much time this trial's allotted for or anything along those lines. So, I mean, it's an interesting case to me. That's why I kind of followed it when it was, unfolding. But yeah, I like trials anyway, so I like to see what they do. The attorneys seem to be better in this case. I mean, they're busting through witnesses like fast.
Definitely.
So,
I think the attorneys are better.
so should we do like tomorrow, do day 2 and see if we can get caught up and do part of day 3?
Yeah.
Okay. See if we can catch up. And then this jury I don't believe is sequestered, so we should be able to maybe do like a catch up Saturday stream if we don't catch up tomorrow.
Okay.
I think they're doing a better timeline presentation for the prosecution at this point.
They're going in order.
Right.
Which I appreciate.
So far, so good. All right. I have to get out of the car in the pouring rain, so we'll wrap it up and then we'll come back. I'll set it up for the morning and we'll just do day 2, try to catch up. We'll be back on Law and Stream, so it'll be less commentary from, less of us talking to Baker and less of Baker answering us, even though he doesn't know he is.
Yeah, I hope they're not like deleting shit. I hope, because I know for a fact that day 2 and 3, like I know they're there. I saw them with my eyes.
Yeah. Mavhawk says, I read ahead and I definitely think he's the right guy, but I think the coffee lady is bullshit witness and they're wrong about him going through the front door. I bet he was already inside. Well, then who the heck is at the front door? I mean, if she just got home at 9:12, there's nothing to say that she's not going through the front door.
Or maybe the boyfriend. Or maybe
The boyfriend doesn't get, he's on camera getting there at 10:57. So, all right, well, I'm gonna wrap it up so I can get out of the car and go out in the pouring rain. So thank you, Sleuthy, for covering that last bit. We'll start tomorrow, day 2. We'll start as soon as I get home. We'll do it at 8:30 my time. So same as we have been. So we'll just be behind and we'll try to catch up day 2, day 3 tomorrow, or at least as much as we can.
Okay.
All right. Love you. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, for Megan Boswell and Christina Parcell now with Zachary Hughes. So thank you guys for being with us, and we'll see you guys in the morning, and we love ya.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Bye.
Do you dare to fall?